go. Okay, good to see you. How was the weekend? Pretty good? Good. I pulled off a surprise for my wife. She did not know it was coming. We have a favorite coffee shop, and I had everybody meet us there. Sunday afternoon, what was it, about 6:30 to 8, and had a family dinner before that, and we got to the steakhouse, and it was like a 15-minute wait, and I didn't believe them. I was like, you're lying. Texas Roadhouse, there's no way. And I just very suspiciously said, I'm making the executive decision that we walk next door and go to Jim and Nick's because there was no wait. And they went along with it, thank goodness. So we got there in time. There's about 45 people there amongst the normal customers. Probably broke the fire code, but the coffee shop owner was a really nice guy and went along with it, and it was fun. Let's see. So, it'd be helpful if I shared my face. There we go. All right. So we're right in the thick of it with regard to contracts. Contracts, we've talked about basic contract law, and now we're talking about specific forms with regard to North Carolina. That's chapter 10. So just as a little overview, as I'm sure you're doing frequently, let's make sure we're checking back with this little study guide. And so we're right here. Sales contracts and procedures, right in the middle of that. Next is finance. So finance will be syllabus section 11. And after that, you're pretty much prepared to take your midterm. So I'd say at the end of this week, after tomorrow night, you can, from that point till next Wednesday, sometime in the next week before next Wednesday, go ahead and take that midterm. And we'll talk about it like we did the quarter term. Now, that'll be close. I mean, we could wait till after next Wednesday, but anytime in the next week, I would say over the weekend would probably be fine. Because again, you're testing just as much on test-taking skill as you are the actual content. And if you're reading ahead, the timing should line up pretty well too. After finance, we're going to talk about closing a transaction. See, we've got a couple of 7 to 8 hour chapters still to go. We're just about to finish contracts. Finance is another 2-session topic. Closing the transaction is a 2-section topic. Valuation is about a night and a half, 6 hours. After valuation, we get into the small chapters again. We'll cover insurance and landlord-tenant all in the same night, maybe even a little property management. And then we'll cover pretty much all of this next batch. And remember, we've been doing license law along the way. We'll cover some more of that mixed in between now and then. So by then, we'll just be ready to do a lot of review. So hang in there. We're on schedule. It's going well. And let me know of any questions about any tests that you might run across. Test questions along the way. So here we go. Let's review a little bit. Well, let's do it this way. Let's do a Kahoot. Go ahead and log in there, kahoot.it, plug in that game pin. Can you hear that Kahoot music? Are you able to hear that? I'm just curious. We don't need it. Just kind of curious if you can. Okay. No, I can't hear you. Here, let me try something. Bear with me 1 second. Oh, I know what it is. Can you hear me? Okay, I can hear you. There we go. That's what I needed. All right, did someone have a question? The midterm. We did the quarter term last week. If you haven't done that, go ahead and do that. We reviewed it last week. Okay, good. The first three and the last couple? Okay. We did that. We went, and I'll be glad to. I'll look at it and talk to you about it. But also, it should be in the recording from last week, either Wednesday or Thursday. I don't remember which one, but we went over it on there, so you can find some stuff there as perhaps helpful. But I'll be glad to talk to you about it. Let's talk at the break and get you on track there. You're welcome. Okay, go ahead and log in if you haven't already. You can use an alias if you wish for Kahoot. And then if you get logged off, look at the bottom and you can find where you can log in again if they knock you out. Okay, what act allows for electronic signatures to be legal on contracts? What's that called that allows electronic signing to be legal, to be a legal way to sign a contract? Is that the Truth in Lending Act, the Uniform Electronic Transmissions Act, the Marketable Title Act, or the Uniform Electronic Transactions Act? And let's see here, 1 second. Good job. It's right there. Uniform Electronic Transactions Act. Electronic signatures are legal. So good job. Truth in Lending Act is something we're going to get into when we get to finance. And that involves the proper disclosure of the type of loan, the payment, the rate, that sort of thing. Marketable Title Act, we talked about that in the first couple of weeks. That's when that says that the attorney doing the title search only has to go back a certain number of years. They don't have to go back, if it's a 100-year-old house, they don't have to go back all 100 years. Just a certain number of years. Who remembers how far back, according to the Marketable Title Act, that the attorney needs to go for their title search? Any cloud on the title, any issues beyond that number of years don't matter. And that number, as most of you are getting, is 30 years. You got it, 30 years. You might could remember it like a 30-year mortgage. Well done. What's the most important document in a transaction? A deed, the contract, the offer, or an addendum? The contract. It's easy to fall for it and think about the deed. However, the deed doesn't become a deed until the attorney uses the contract to know what information to put on it. So, contract's the most important document. It informs the deed itself. The attorney looks at the contract and sees what they need to put on the deed. What does the statute of frauds say? What does that mean? Statute of frauds. A document must be in writing to protect against third-party claims. A document must be in writing to be enforceable. A document must be recorded to be enforceable, or a document must be recorded to protect against third-party claims. I've mixed them all up between this and another thing that you need to know. So which one is it? It's something about writing, isn't it? Statute of frauds is about writing. And it must be in writing to be, think about Judge Judy. She kicks you out of the courtroom if you don't have that contract in writing because she won't enforce it. She can't enforce it if it's not in writing. So blue is the winner. The red one doesn't work because I mixed it up with the Connor Act, right? The Connor Act says it must be recorded to protect against third-party claims. Statute of frauds says the document must be in writing to be enforceable. Why is the contract the most important document? Because it's between the buyer, the seller, and the brokers? Because the contract is non-negotiable? Because the terms of the contract inform what goes on the deed? Or because a contract is time is of the essence? There you go. It informs what's on the deed. Contract informs what's on the deed. It's not time is of the essence. There are a couple of provisions that are, but the contract as a whole itself is not. So that green one isn't the best answer there. Contract is also not between the brokers at all. It's not the buyers, sellers, and brokers, so red doesn't work. It's only between the buyers and the sellers. It is non-negotiable. No, a contract is in fact negotiable even after it has become a contract. Because once we're under contract, for instance, we might do inspections. And upon the results of that inspection, it might be that the seller agrees to fix some things. What if they can't fix the things in time? Well, they could drop the price. They could give money for closing costs to the buyer. They could throw in something like a home warranty. So it indeed is negotiable. Even though it's a contract that's all signed by everybody, it could still be negotiated at that point. So best answer is yellow. At what point does the offer become a contract? When the seller's acceptance is communicated to the buyer by their agent. When the seller's acceptance is communicated to the listing agent. When the seller makes a counteroffer, or when the seller's acceptance is communicated to the buyer agent. When the seller's acceptance is communicated to the buyer agent, that's good enough. That's communication to the other party, right? From one side to the other, and that's enough. Because if they have a buyer agent, then that is the most thorough way you could have an agent representing your behalf. So that's enough. If it were, instead of a buyer agent, a sub-agent to the seller, that would not be enough. Right? Just talking to the agent, helping the buyer, if that agent is a sub-agent to seller, is not going to do it. Let's see, what else did we have? When the seller's acceptance is communicated to the buyer by their agent. So probably could use some clarification there. I think I might write it better to say when the seller's acceptance is communicated to the buyer by their buyer's agent, meaning the buyer agent has told their own side. It might be helpful to look at it as a drawing. So let's take a look. Okay, good old back and forth drawing. There we go. We've got the buyer's side, we've got the seller's side, we've got our fence or our net down the middle. And when the buyer agent writes that offer, sends it over to the listing agent, they tell the seller about it, send it up to the seller. The seller says, okay, yeah, I'll take it. And they tell their own agent back. And then the listing agent tells the buyer agent that that was done and signed and agreed upon. And then the buyer agent tells their buyer. So what do we have? We have A, that's option A, that's option B, that's option C, and that's option D. Not in line with what do we have on that Kahoot, but in which of these events, which one is it that is the moment of communication that matters? Not the original one. That's just the offer going over to the other side. It's not when the listing agent tells the seller. That's the agent just telling the seller that an offer exists now. It's not when the seller tells the agent that they signed it. It's when the listing agent tells the buyer agent that it has been accepted and signed. You with me? So the one that was in red that a lot of people answered on the Kahoot was this moment, when the buyer agent told their buyer that it had been accepted. And it has already gone under contract at this phase, not at this phase, because the agent helping the buyer is a buyer's agent. Therefore, telling them is enough. Even though that buyer might have changed their mind, right? The event where maybe they put in the offer on a Friday, the buyer says, well, I'm going out of town, going on a camping trip, don't have cell service. Just let me know how it turns out when I get back on Monday. And so Saturday, the seller responds, the seller signs it as it's written and tells the listing agent, and the listing agent tells the buyer agent that it has been signed and accepted, unchanged as written. And do we have a contract on Saturday? Are we under contract? Are we in the executory phase now? Listing agent has told the buyer agent. Is that the moment in time of communication that counts? You got it. Yeah. The buyer agent doesn't have any way to tell the buyer yet because they have no communication. So the buyer comes back in town on Monday morning, and that's when they're going to tell them, hey, buyer, by the way, congratulations, you went under contract on Saturday. Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to do this anymore. I changed my mind. Tough. You went under contract on Saturday. And if the buyer went ahead and left the due diligence check behind on Friday with their agent, and then on Saturday, when this became a contract, the agents met each other, handed off the due diligence check, and it got delivered to the seller, that buyer is going to have however much is on that due diligence check to have to walk away from if they really do want to cancel this thing. Because now they're having to back out. Can they back out? Are they allowed to back out? Yeah. Buyer can always back out. It's just the question becomes, how much money are they having to walk away from? In this case, they're walking away from due diligence money, but not earnest money, because they're backing out on like the second day or third day of the contract. And as long as the due diligence deadline is not yet come and gone, then they should get that earnest money back. But to prove a point, they could have written it up to not have any due diligence period. So maybe there isn't that safety net, and they also are going to lose the earnest money, right? So it isn't that common that there's no due diligence period, but all of it is negotiable. That's a very testable question. How much does the due diligence money have to be? Minimum? There is no minimum. Could be zero. Maximum, minimum, it's totally negotiable. What about the sorry. Oh, yeah, I gotcha. And what about the earnest money? Could that be zero? Is that negotiable? You bet. And then what about the duration of the due diligence period? Is that negotiable? Yeah. So don't forget those little things. So in this case, the Kahoot, by the way, let's see, is 4432538. I'll put that in the chat. 4432538. There you go. If you're just joining or you got bounced off. So the red means when the buyer agent tells the buyer, but that's not the point it became a contract. It had already become a contract when the buyer agent was told by the listing agent that it was accepted. Does that make sense? These are the kind of things they're going to set up for you. Got to be good at where this contract has become a contract. Which of the following may not be included in a contract? A financing contingency may not be included in a contract. Is that right? Brokerage relationship to the clients. Time is of the essence for the due diligence period. A limitation on the broker's liability, which cannot be included in a contract. Good job. Yeah, we can't put a limitation of liability. We can't say, hey, it's not on our shoulders if we got the square footage wrong or if we made a mistake. You can't do that. That doesn't work. It won't work for a broker to protect themselves like that. The blue one is not right because the brokerage relationship is actually outlined. It's the second to last page where it says the part about how do you want to be communicated with. It also says, what are you? Are you a dual agent? Are you a buyer agent, a seller, a listing agent? So the relationship can be in there, and it is. It's the what? What is it besides the limitation of liability that's not allowed to be in a contract? Yeah, how much we're making. The commission and the liability of limitation of liability are the two things. The red one, financing contingency, so don't mix that up. A financing contingency could absolutely be added to a contract. You could write an addendum, not you, the broker, but an attorney or the parties to, they could add in a financing contingency. And so it's not allowed. It's just that if all you have is the standard offer to purchase form, the basic one with no extra attachments, then there is no financing contingency. This offer to purchase 2T by itself with nothing else added to it does not have a financing contingency built into it. But that doesn't mean it can't get one. It's not prohibited. So it's okay to put one in there. But you would have to put one in there if the client wants one in there. And it's right here, bottom of page 6, where it talks about the financing. It talks about the financing. Here's the kind of loan we're thinking about getting, or we're going to pay cash. But that's just informational. That is not something that says, and therefore, if we can't get our loan approved, the buyer gets all their money back if they choose to walk. That's not what this says at all. In fact, it specifically says, this is just what we're thinking. And this is not a contingency. There it is. Not conditioned upon obtaining any loan. It's right there underneath. Top of page 7, I believe. Okay, where we go. Which of the following may not be included in a contract? Brokerage compensation, relationship to the clients, time is of the essence for due diligence, or earnest money in the amount of $0. Which one's not allowed in the contract? Good job. Good work. Brokerage compensation and limitation of liability not allowed in there. The relationship is in there. It's mentioned right there on the second to last page. I'll show it to you. Here we go. It's the page that says notice information at the top. But right down here, Listing firm is acting as a what? A seller agent or a dual agent. Check the box. Selling firm acting as a buyer agent or a subagent or dual agent. So the relationship is indeed in the contract. There's no prohibition against it. But it's the commission that can't be there. Earnest money in the amount of $0, again, that's negotiable. It could be nothing. It could be zero. So that's allowed as well. What does the Connor Act say? We know what the statute of frauds says. The Connor Act, what does that say? Document must be in writing to protect against third-party claims, or must be in writing to be enforceable, or a document must be recorded to be enforceable or recorded to protect against third-party claims. Pretty even split across there. Still some confusion a little bit, I guess. So let's look at it on the chart. For things like this, if it's still a point of confusion, write it out, make a chart for it. And so we've got the statute of frauds. Oh boy. There we go. And we have the Connor Act. Statute of frauds. Frauds. Let's think of ways that we can remember this. If somebody's being fraudulent, they are lying to people on paper. I think of like white-collar crimes, right? Being fraudulent, some sort of fraud, and that involves writing things down. So something to do with in writing. In writing, to be enforceable. Those documents that must be in writing to be enforceable. Real estate transactions, contracts, right? Leases longer than 3 years. Option to purchase, among others. The Connor Act is about recording. It must be recorded to protect against third-party claims. What does that even mean? What do I mean by protecting against third-party claims? Is that just nonsense words? We could just stop at third parties. The concept of someone else coming along and claiming ownership or partial ownership. Hey, you can't sell that. I own 10% of it. And so I'm going to block the sale until you agree to give me my 10%. That's a third party, some long lost cousin or some estranged spouse saying, I still have an interest in this. You've got to pay me when you close. That's a third party claim, making a claim. And now if you have already recorded the deed showing that it's only you who are the owner, then that third party is out of luck. Their attempt is not going to work. And because you recorded it without their name in it, just your name on the deed, not theirs, and you're not married to them, then so be it. That protects you. So because it was recorded, it protected you against the third party, right? So Connor Act is about recording. Statute of frauds is about being in writing. A document must be recorded to be enforceable. That's just me being mean and mixing things up on you. And so in the test, if this kind of starts to get a little fuzzy, use your scratch paper. Write that out while it's still something in your brain that you can kind of, so that it doesn't twist it around on you. So you can think, okay, in writing, what? To be enforceable or to protect against third-party claim. Oh, enforceable. Must be in writing to be enforceable. So yellow doesn't work because it was the wrong combination. Same for blue. And then red must be in writing to protect against third-party claims. Nope, that's not it. Must be recorded to protect against the third-party claims. Which of the following is not related to earnest money? There we go. Let's see. Good faith money. That's just another word for earnest money. Liquidated damages. That's another word for earnest money. A show of the buyer's seriousness. That's a good description of what earnest money is. So the only thing that is not earnest money is consideration. Consideration is what? What is the consideration in the transaction? If it's not earnest money, what else could that be? This word called consideration. Say again. What was that? So consideration is just the legal term for the price. It's essentially the purchase price. Consideration, because it's the contract, goes back to the contract being a promise between the parties. And the seller's promise is, I will convey this title to you. And the buyer's promise, well, then I will give you money for that. The money is called consideration. The buyer's going to give legal financial consideration to the seller in exchange for the deed. And so a timeline might look like this. We've got it going under contract right here, all the way over to the closing day. And at the day of, or within the effective date, then we need to give the due diligence money. And at some point along this line, we also need to provide the earnest money deposit. The reason I say some point is it's up to the parties. It's up to the buyer to make an offer saying where in this timeline they want to give the actual check for earnest money and allow it to be deposited into the trust account of the attorney or the broker, whoever's going to hold it. And that could be a couple of choices. Do you remember what the choices are about when the earnest money could be deposited? As according to the first page of the contract, what are the options? Earnest money could be deposited, with the offer within 5 days of the offer, or whenever. Fill in the blank of your choice. It typically is going to be somewhere in here, either in this first 5 days or sometime within the due diligence period, depending on if it's labeled as initial earnest money or additional earnest money. If we label it additional earnest money, we can fill in the blank when we want to give it up. If it's labeled initial earnest money, it's got to be within the first 5 days of the effective date. And then the other money is that rest of it that we're going to give at closing in the form of the sale price. Now that sale price is on paper because part of that sale price is going to be the earnest money and due diligence money that got credited to the seller, credited to the buyer. In other words, when we tell that buyer, look, you've got to write a check for due diligence money right now, here, as soon as we go into contract, but good news, it's not extra on top of the purchase price. It's going to be a credit to you at closing. it's that much less you need to bring when we get to closing day. And the same for earnest money. A credit to the buyer at closing, that much less they need to bring on closing day. So those are the three monies: due diligence money, earnest money, and sale price. And these two are also known as liquidated damages in the event that the buyer walks. That's what the seller has in exchange for that happening. What does a seller get for remedy if the buyer goes away? The liquidated damages, the due diligence, and maybe the earnest money, depending on when in the process the walking happens. When does the buyer choose to walk away? Well, if it's during the due diligence period, then seller just gets due diligence money when that buyer walks away. If they walk away during the after due diligence from there to closing, then the seller also keeps earnest money or gets earnest money. You with me? And then at the closing, the sales price is the consideration in exchange for the promise that the parties made to each other back when they signed the contract. Hey, give me the deed. Okay, I'll give you the deed if you give me all this money that I want, the full purchase price. Does that make sense? Does the buyer have to pay due diligence money in order to get the due diligence period of time? Can they get that amount of time to back out for any reason or no reason if they don't pay any due diligence money? So is it a yes, is it a no, or does it depend, or is it not if they also pay earnest money? Does the buyer have to pay due diligence money to get the period of time? No, they don't. They are both negotiable, although we say it that way all the time. People explain it that way every day. Oh, you pay the due diligence money so that you can have some time to do your... No, you don't. It matches up because of the terms, but both of them are negotiable. You could have no due diligence money, but still 3 weeks of due diligence period. Or you could have $40,000 of due diligence money and no due diligence period. Why might people agree to no due diligence period? Buyer and seller agree that there will be no due diligence period. What is that really saying? What are they really saying if there's no due diligence period? Yeah, maybe that they want to close soon. Sure. They're basically saying, the buyer's saying, look, I'm so confident and I want to buy this house so badly that even if I choose to walk away, that I'll let you keep the earnest money and the due diligence money from day one. I won't give myself any safety net of being able to get back the earnest money. Seller. So I'm that serious. Hopefully more serious than all the other buyers who made offers. That might be a way that they win. That might be a very subtle way that an offer could look more attractive than the other ones. Because, I get all of this? You're not leaving yourself a little loophole like everybody is used to? Great. I guess never mind. We'll go back later. Who does the buyer make the check for earnest money out to? The seller, the attorney or seller firm, who's holding the earnest money in trust, or the broker they hired. So again, so many times throughout the test, you want to think to yourself, which is the best answer? There might be an okay answer, but there might be a clear, better answer. And that's the case here. The best answer is that it's the firm or the attorney who's holding the earnest money in trust. But if it weren't that answer, if that wasn't there, and you had to pick from the other three, well, I'm sorry, you'd have three bad choices. But the seller, no, never the seller. The earnest money never goes to the seller. But could it go to the attorney? If it's the attorney who's holding it in their trust account, yes. Could it go to the broker they hired? Not the human broker, but the broker's firm. Yeah, if that firm is the one whose trust account we want to park the money in. What if both firms have a trust account, and of course the attorney always has a trust account? Which one do we pick that's going to hold the earnest money? Who holds the earnest money if everybody's got a trust account to use? It doesn't matter. Any of them could do it. Whoever the parties all agree to. Traditionally, let me think. I think the listing firm used to tend to be the one, but that doesn't matter. It could be the buyer agent firm. It could be the listing agent firm. It could be the attorney. Not an issue. Irrelevant. If you have a trust account, the money can sit there. But the check would be made out to whatever person, whatever entity had the trust account. It'd be ABC Realty. And then ABC Realty would put that money in their trust account. Or it would be John Doe Attorney at Law. And that's who would put it in their trust account. What is a provisional real estate broker prohibited from doing? As a PB, which you will all be in the initial days, what can you not do? Show homes to somebody that you don't represent. Work with more than one buyer at a time. Act as a dual agent against your broker in charge, or draft language in a contract. Okay, so you are in good company, because every CE class, I have 10-year veterans, 15-year veterans that say the yellow answer, convinced that they're correct. But I've got to remind you about the difference between designated dual agency and true dual agency. Because what the yellow one is saying is not designated agency. It's just true dual agency. And in true dual agency, a provisional broker absolutely is allowed to work alongside their BIC in a transaction, because they're not against their BIC. In fact, the answer in this yellow answer is in and of itself wrong. It's poorly written. A dual agent is not working against their BIC. If they're a true dual agent, they are working alongside their BIC. They are both the same role. It's only if they become a designated dual agent that they are against the other party. That's a reminder. Let's look at that. So we've got the situation where you have a listing. Let's say your broker in charge has the listing and you're a provisional broker, and that broker in charge has a listing. They get a phone call about the listing. Somebody called on the yard sign, and that BIC said to them, I could be a dual agent for you, but in that situation, I can't tell you the lowest the seller might be willing to pay, and I can't tell the seller the most you might be willing to take if you shared that with me. That's what true dual agency is. I can't be more loyal to one of you than I am to the other. And that buyer might say to that BIC listing agent, well, that sounds stupid. Why would anybody agree with that? I'm out of here. I'm going to go to a different firm and get my own agent. And the BIC could say, well, hey, hang on a second. I got another choice for you. You can stay here with my firm, and I will appoint a broker within my firm to be a designated dual agent just for you, and we can restore loyalty. And that person can take care of your best interest. I can continue to take care of my seller's best interest. If that's what we're doing, because that buyer doesn't want to do true dual agency, or anybody doesn't want to, then can that broker in charge pick a provisional broker to be the designated buyer agent? In designated dual agency, that BIC cannot pick a provisional broker. They're going to have to pick a full broker or non-provisional. That's who can be a designated agent up against their own BIC, but not a PB. What if the buyer said, well, okay, great. Dual agency sounds good. Let's do it. I don't care about this this lack of loyalty thing. I think you're probably going to take good care of both of us anyway. If that buyer doesn't have a problem with true dual agency and they don't threaten to run away, then the BIC could work alongside their PB, and it's like they're a team. Both of them are limited. Both of them have to keep the confidential information secret from one party against the other. Both of them cannot show preferential treatment to the buyer versus the seller. Does that make any more sense than it did? So that's the case of a true dual agency situation where the PB is working alongside their BIC. So if you see it on the test, something about dual agent cannot be a PB versus BIC, that's not true. They can. Well, they're not versus their BIC, but they can both be true dual agents together. The thing where they can't be up against each other is designated dual agency, because that's when we treat it like two separate firms again. Loyalty's restored, and a PB who has to keep their BIC informed of all of their transactions cannot expect that BIC to keep those secrets while also effectively representing the opposite party in the transaction. Right? Conflict of interest. Drafting language in a contract, the green one, whoever got that answer, good job. The one correct one, but a couple clues here. Drafting language, that should always be a red flag. Oh, drafting, we can't write language. We can't draft language with a broker license unless we're an attorney. So that in and of itself is the best answer. Confusion about dual agency should have, on the real test situation, might be one of those cases. You'll run into this. Some answers you're just not 100% sure when you read that third one, this yellow one. But then when you read this fourth one, don't let that doubt continue to kind of linger. Think, oh, wait, I know for a fact we're not allowed to draft language. That's got to be the best answer. Even though I'm still not 100% sure about the yellow choice, I'm so sure that the green one is right that I'm just going to pick that one. Right? If there's a clear-cut favorite, don't worry that you don't fully understand each of the other answer choices. And drafting language, writing language is never something we're allowed to do. Who does the buyer make the check for due diligence fee to? Who gets the due diligence fee? The seller, the attorney holding the earnest money, or the broker they hired? You got it. That's the seller. Seller gets that due diligence money. When do they get it? When is that due diligence money due? Careful. Let's think about this. Would we give it to the seller, a check made out to the seller when we make an offer to them? What if they turn down the offer? You just gave them a check for $14,000 in their name. Probably not good to go ahead and give that to them yet. So it's definitely not along with the offer. It's once that offer is accepted, right? Make sure about that distinction. Once we're under contract, now you're safe to give it to them because now they're allowed to deposit it because now we have a contract. Due diligence fee is not put in a trust account. It's given directly to the seller, but only once the contract is a contract. When does the seller get the proceeds check from the closing? When the deed has been recorded, when the contract has been recorded, when the due diligence check clears the bank, or when the buyer gets the keys? Best answer. Which is the best answer? When that deed has been recorded, that deed gets recorded, that's when we have officially closed. And now it's safe to release the keys to the buyer and the proceeds to the seller. It's the Good Funds Settlement Act. Good Funds Settlement Act, making sure all the funds are good. Now it's safe to pass along possession to the buyer and the money to the seller. The contract, by the way, never gets recorded. That's not a document that gets recorded at all. So Blue doesn't work. When the buyer gets the keys, well, I guess that's technically not wrong, but the best answer out of this choice is just because of the way it's worded, when the deed has been recorded. And what is it called when the deed has been recorded? What's the name of that? Is that called settlement? Or is it due diligence deadline? Or is it closing? Or is it time is of the essence? At closing. That's what that's called. The deed is recorded. Now it is considered to have been closed. Right? Know that difference between settlement and closing. Settlement is when papers are signed, but if the Register of Deeds office is closed by the time you get all your papers signed, you can't record the same day. You're not closing today. All you had today was a settlement. Another phrase you might hear it called is a dry closing. Dry closing, but that's sort of a informal term for it. You can't do anything with it. You're not allowed, unless the parties agree, to give the keys to the buyer. The seller's definitely not getting their money, nor are you. You're not getting money either, by the way. So settlement, signing of papers, closing, recording of the deed. And due diligence deadline, no, that is way earlier than when that deed gets recorded. All right, let's see who wins the $500. Sheena gets $100. Congratulations. Misha gets $250. And Kirsty gets the $500. Go collect it from your neighbor. Let us know how well that works for you. Congratulations. I'll write you a note. Neighbor, you have to give the money. Or else. That's probably not good to put in there. Okay, let's do a little bit of review. We know the Electronic Transactions Act. Let's signing be electronic. We talked about the offer to purchase and filling in the blanks can't have ambiguity. Can't just leave a blank empty. The commission doesn't like that. Need to put something in, populate every blank with even if it's just not applicable, NA, or the word none, or a zero. Fill everything in. Be precise. Don't use jargon. Don't be unclear in your language. That due diligence period, back out for any reason or no reason. Doesn't even need to be a reason. If that buyer chooses to back out, the buyer agent would call the listing agent and say, I have emailed you the written termination agreement saying that my buyer's backing out. And the seller could say, why? What's the problem? And the buyer agent could say, none of your business. I wouldn't suggest it. That's not nice. You don't want to, make enemies or anything, but that's really the case. You could just say, they just changed their mind. People might still be grumpy about it, but that is the buyer's right. Any reason or even no reason. They don't have to give a reason. There's our settlement word, the signing and delivery of the documents, settlement date. That's the only date about this thing that's in the contract. There is not a closing date mentioned in the contract. If we look at it right here, back on page 3, settlement date, fill in the blank. Closing is just acknowledging that the closing happens when the deed gets recorded. So the closing date that everybody talks about is actually misnamed. What we're actually doing when we sign the papers is have the settlement. We hope we have a closing that same day because that means the deed got recorded. And for real life in the wild purposes, it doesn't really matter. But for your purposes, until you get that license, keep it separate. Keep it straight. By the way, if you don't hit that settlement date, it doesn't mean that it's all blown up and exploded and dead deal. The parties also, when they use the standard Form 2T, they agree that they will allow for a 7-day extension if you need it. It's not just to be frivolously used. Don't say, well, the closing says October 1st, and if you add 7 to that, that really means October 8th. No, you're not supposed to just consider it an automatic. But if the parties agree, if it absolutely has to happen, usually because of a lender delay, quite honestly, then there's a built-in automatic extension so that the parties can't try to charge each other like a penalty kind of thing. It's a built-in flexible cushion date. And then here's the closing when the deed is recorded. What does that buyer need to look at during the due diligence period? Whatever they want to. Everything they possibly could imagine. Inspection, survey, appraisal, fit it all in there. Have enough time of due diligence deadline that you can get all these things examined. Even a conditional loan approval, ideally, if the lender can at all work fast enough to do so. Because by backing out while we're still within this due diligence period, they get what amount of money back to them? What is that buyer getting back if they can back out and decide they actually don't want to buy it while we're still within the due diligence period? You got it. Earnest money. There is no financing contingency. We talked about that a little bit ago. And we were leaving off with addenda. We talked about some addenda. We had just talked about the additional provisions addendum. And you're not going to use all 6 of the items on this one addendum. It's just going to be whichever thing you need. I've used maybe 2 or 3 in any one transaction. Maybe the deadline, maybe the improvements like a carpet allowance, maybe like a manufactured housing or a pool kind of thing. But it could just be one of the things. Back when we had more of a balanced neutral market, not such a heavy seller's market, on every transaction, every offer I wrote, I would advise my buyer to let me put in a deadline. Let's write in a deadline so that seller can't drag you out, keep you hanging for a whole week or 2. We have it built in that the offer dies in 24 hours or 48 hours. The problem in doing that is the offer dies in 24 hours or 48 hours. And if the seller actually wanted to take your offer, but we're at 1 second past the deadline you put in, then it's automatically a dead offer. You'd have to revive it. So better be on top of it. We talked about this and the whole appraisal thing. That's how we left off last Thursday. And we had just talked about the possibilities when a property does not appraise. So what were those options? Let's say the contract price, the sales price, is $450,000. And then the appraiser goes out to the property. I've got an appraiser going out to the property of a listing of mine on Friday, and I'm going to make sure that they receive everything I can come up with to justify this property being worth as much as possible, at least as much as the contract price. I don't want this to happen. And so the appraised price or value that the appraiser can justify, meaning when we get to chapter 17, we'll learn how that works. How does an appraiser do their job? Yeah, you got it. The appraised value comes in, let's just say, at $425,000. We're $25,000 apart between how much the parties agreed to pay and receive versus how much the property is worth in the opinion of the appraiser. So what are those choices? We got them coming in already. Good job. One choice, seller drops the price. Like that. Another choice, buyer adds the difference to their down payment. Like this. And then another choice, meet in the middle. Some combination of the two. Doesn't have to be dead center, 50-50, but it's any of those three things where they go somewhere in between. Buyer adds maybe $12,500 to their down payment and the seller drops by $12,500. And so now they've bridged that gap. What we do know is the lender is going to make the loan based on this number, not the contract price, whichever's lower, contract price or appraised value, whichever's lower. And so if the buyer is borrowing 90% of a loan amount, then the amount the lender is going to loan to them is 90% of this appraised value, the 425. 425, 90% of 425, that's 382.5. That's how much the loan amount would actually be. What if it had appraised at the full contract price that everybody was hopeful for? Then how much would that loan amount be? 405. Oh, wow. $22,500 difference in the loan amount, which also affects how much down payment they have to come up with. So that's the problem. Do they have enough? They may not. The buyer may not have enough money to bridge the gap. They might be at the top of their budget already in terms of how much they've saved for down payment, and they can't come up with another anything, much less the entire difference. What that might mean is that buyer needs to walk away. So then what are we talking about? Oh, buyer, if you walk away, guess what? Remember that $15,000 or $30,000 or $100,000 of due diligence money? You're walking away from that too. Let me press upon you that particular little thing, that nuance. There is not an appraisal contingency, guys. If that buyer walks away because the seller won't drop the price because it appraised lower, they're walking away from the due diligence money too. Pause and let that sink in. What if it's a buyer who can barely afford this thing to begin with? Can they jump right back out in the market if this deal falls apart and find another house? If they don't have another amount of due diligence, they got to hope that somebody's going to be willing to take zero due diligence or a lesser amount that they might actually have. How much can they scrape together to get back out in there? Maybe not. They might now have to delay. And guess what? That means something for you too. You just spent 35 hours with them. And now this thing falls apart, and now this ain't going to turn into a commission anytime soon. You better put on your let me stay in touch and cultivate the relationship hat and keep loving on them. Don't be mad about it. It just happens sometimes, but this is now a long-term objective. They can't do anything. They burned up all their money with this failure. All very important things to explain to them in the initial buyer consultation so they understand how important it is to do it right the first time if they don't have much money to work with. Right? So therefore, hey, buyer, we've negotiated with that seller. They're willing to come down by $10,000. If you'll come up by $15,000, maybe that's a thing. So buyer, either you put $15,000 more into your down payment to make this thing work, or you lose $15,000 when you walk away from it. If they don't have it, they don't have it. But it's important to point out the differences and what their options are. You with me? Now, what if there was a way to protect all of this and say, when we make the offer to purchase, we tell the other side that if it doesn't appraise, then the buyer gets back the due diligence money and any earnest money. Well, there is, and that would be called a financing contingency. Is the finance contingency built into the basic offer to purchase? No. Good job. There is no automatic finance contingency. We would have to add one in. And in a market like this, a seller's market, will a seller agree to it? Probably not. The odds are that they're going to have 4 or 5 other buyers who aren't going to ask for that. But it's negotiable. It's a possibility. I mean, nothing's impossible. So that could be a thing. Now, one version of that finance contingency that we had just gotten to is for certain loan types. FHA and VA loans have an actual form, an addendum that's already custom made, fill in the blank just for us, that we can add a finance contingency in if we want to, if our client wants us to. And they should. If they're getting an FHA loan or a VA loan, then you want to include this thing. Here's the thing. Just because your client is getting a VA loan doesn't mean the protections are in place automatically. You've got to know enough, have reasonable skill and care, right? CAR, old car, reasonable skill and care. You got to know, FHA loan, we better add the FHA addendum because I want to make sure my client is protected and has that contingency. If it doesn't appraise and they choose to walk away because it didn't appraise, even though we're outside of the due diligence period, I want them to be able to at least get their earnest money back. They're not going to get their due diligence back, but at least they could get their earnest money back. That's what the standard FHA VA finance contingency accomplishes. Borrower can terminate offer to purchase after the end of the due diligence period without forfeiting earnest money if it doesn't appraise. But you got to use that addendum. It better be a part of it built in. And if you forget and then it doesn't appraise and they want to walk and we're after the due diligence period, they're going to look to you and say, why did you hurt me? Why did you allow me to get hurt like this? I'm not going to get my earnest money back even though I need to walk. Bad enough that I'm losing all that due diligence money, but now I'm also going to lose the earnest money. In a market like this, the earnest money and due diligence money amounts have kind of come back to more of a normal range. I'm seeing maybe like $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. So while $3,000 of due diligence getting lost is one thing, $6,000 of due diligence plus earnest money might just make them have to wait 6 months or a year to try again, right? All the more important to get your stuff right and make sure they're all protected. Okay, what about this one? What about if your buyer finds a listing online and says, oh gosh, I blew right past a break. Let's go ahead and take our break. I'll see you back here in 10. Okay, welcome back. There we go. Lost my place. All right. So FHA VA financing. We were getting into this one. What if your buyer calls you and says, "Hey, I'm so excited about this house. This has got to be the right one. Let's go look at it." And all you know is they found it themselves. Oftentimes, if they find it themselves online, on online search, Zillow, Realtor.com, anything, any firm websites, are driving by, your first step is to make sure it's still available. And quite often, it's not. They got excited about it, but it's no longer available. Those websites, by the way, are not in the business of putting accurate information out there. Did you hear me? Those websites act like they're there to help provide information. What they're there for is to put hooks in the water so people want the information and give their contact information to get it. Then that website can charge money to agents for the lead. They call it a lead and they sell the leads. That makes for $1 billion company. So, quite often when a consumer gets excited about a listing they find on a random website like that, they find out it's not available anymore. It's sold. And that's the first thing you as a broker have to check. You can't just say, "Okay, great, I'll see you tomorrow out there at 2. You better make sure it's still available. What if it's not? Here's an option. You could say to your buyer, "Well, I'm sorry, this one is not available. It is under contract, but I will reach out to the listing agent, see if they would be open to a backup offer." What do I mean by a backup offer? Backup offer. Yeah, they're under contract. The seller says, "Hey, I would love to have an automatic second place. And if you want to make an offer, we'll negotiate that offer and you can be the automatic backup person." And so, as Victor says, if the pending contract in the first position falls apart, if you're in the backup position, then you automatically raise to the primary position. So that's what this is about. To accomplish this goal, we use the backup contract addendum. Buyer wants a home, it's already under contract. You can be the next in line in writing automatically. Don't have to worry about somebody else beating you to it for a second time. And it's not unheard of that an offer falls apart or a contract falls apart. It could be because the buyer's loan doesn't go through. It could be because the buyer chooses to back out because the seller wouldn't fix something or something in their life changes. So it's not a bad idea, even in this kind of market. We see things pop up as back on the market all the time. You are going to be automatically next in line. The notice of moving from second to first place must be in writing. And once you are in that first position, you're locked in. The backup, yeah, go for it. You, the buyer? Yes. Yes. Right. So, great point. Victor brings up, what if you don't really want it anymore? Then you better tell your agent to back out of it, to rescind it. In fact, that last bullet point, backup must be withdrawn before receipt of the notice to move to first position. Because once you move to first position, you're now required to give them the due diligence money. When you got a backup offer put in place, you don't have to give them due diligence money yet because you're not the actual official first buyer yet. But if that happens and people maybe forgot to do it, forgot to change it, that would not be great. But could you be forced to give the due diligence money? Eventually, not today, but eventually if the seller wanted to pursue you in court over it and say, well, you were the backup, you wanted it, and you automatically became the primary because the primary I had backed out and you didn't tell me otherwise. So now we are under contract. That means you better give me that due diligence money. Oh, you don't want to? Well, then I'm going to sue you. That could be a thing. Would they want to? Depends on how much. How much in court cost and attorney fees and how much due diligence money are we talking? With the latest couple of years, it might be worth it. If it's $50,000 of due diligence money, yeah, I can't imagine attorney fees and court costs being as much as that. So they might actually pursue it. So that's what that's about. That backup offer is in place. So here's another scenario. Your client, your buyer wants to have the backup position. And so you get that locked down and then you keep looking. Guess what? They always want to keep looking. They don't want to just sit there waiting to see if they might accidentally the other offer falls apart contract. They want you to keep showing them houses. And you go look at another one the next day and they like it even more. And they're saying, oh, wow, that one we have the backup offer on, that's just trash compared to this. Let's just go for this one. What should you do right now in this moment before you do anything else, including take another breath? They want to pursue a whole different house. They're not interested in the one that they're in a backup position anymore, or they're less interested in it. Now, you could gamble that nothing's going to fall through and therefore your client's not going to rise to the primary position, but you're subject to that happening, that exact thing happening. The safe play is to say, call the agent and say, hey, we're off the table. We rescind our backup offer because they want to pursue something else. You don't even have to tell them why. But could you just leave it alone, leave the backup offer in place, my backup contract in place, and go make an offer on the next one? Could a buyer do that? And for that matter, could a buyer make offers on 10 houses at the same time? Maybe a buyer from California who can't get out here to see them and they just want to lock down 10 offers or maybe even just 3 or 4. Sure. Officially, theoretically, yeah, they could. What is it that they are in jeopardy of losing, though? What do they need to be able to afford? Yeah, 10 due diligence checks, or at least 9 of them, right? If there's 10 offers they want to make, and that's excessive, let's call it 3. If they just can't narrow it down past 3 houses, as long as they have 3 due diligence monies that they are willing and able to lose, or 2 of them, then they're going to pick one of the 3 houses that does get accepted, and the other 2, they're just writing off the due diligence money. They're just not going to get it back, right? They could go under contract on 3 different houses as long as they're able and willing to walk away from 2 of those 3 due diligence checks. Same thing here. They could have the backup one in place while still shopping, negotiate and work on one that they got more excited about while they leave this in place, just in case the one that they just discovered doesn't actually work out. As long as they're willing to risk the seller, original buyer backing out and them having to buy their way out of this one by paying a due diligence fee that they then walk away from. So all of that stuff kind of comes into play. This one you might see reference to, but we don't have an official fill-in-the-blank addendum for it anymore. They did away with it because we weren't using it. Brokers weren't really using it. Clients didn't. It was hard to explain the contingent sale addendum. But what am I talking about? A contingent to sell addendum. We're building in a contingency. We're making an offer as long as the buyer can sell the current house. They have to sell the house they own now in order to buy the next one. And so they don't want to buy the next one until they can sell the one they're in now. Buyer must sell current home before closing on the new one. There is no standard form, although you could still have an attorney write one if your client wanted one. But the reason they did away with this standard fill in the blank form is because it became something when the due diligence rules came about 12 years ago. Instead of using a contingent sale addendum, we just built out a longer due diligence period. And we just said, let's try to get this house sold within the due diligence period on the one we're buying and get all that wrapped up. And then we can feel confident that we're going to close on this one, get the proceeds, and then go buy that one. So because of that, this form wasn't really needed so much. It's not illegal. It's not allowed. It's just that it's not available to us. We'd have to have a custom one made up. This one applies to what types of houses? Lead-based paint hazard addendum must be included anytime the house was built when? Built in 78, built before 78. You got it. Got to use it. Have to use this along with the RPODs, along with the MOG. The seller is required to provide this addendum. And what they're saying is not, this house absolutely does not have lead-based paint. What are they saying with this form, with this addendum? They're telling the buyer whatever they know, right? They're saying, hey, I just know that because of the year built, it might have lead-based paint in there somewhere. Maybe down underneath 45 layers of paint, because in the meantime, these last 20, 30, 40 years, a lot of paint has been added. But just letting you know whatever it is I know. It might be that the seller actually knows about it. I know for a fact because we had it tested, there is lead-based paint. And so here's the report. But they don't have to test. They're not required to. They are also required to provide this EPA pamphlet. It's free. You can Google it and look it up. Protect your family from lead in the home. They are going to get these forms from us, through us. And then the buyer can either acknowledge that they're going to have it tested during the due diligence period or don't care. They might say, I waive the right to test, not worried about it, because remember, what are the remediation methods? What are the 2 ways you can handle lead-based paint and remediate lead-based paint from our environmental chapter? It's sort of like asbestos. We handle asbestos the same way. 2 choices: cover it up or get rid of it altogether. Yeah, removal is probably going to present more problems than it's worth. You're probably releasing a ton of lead-based paint dust into the air because that means you're sanding and scraping and removing and have to wear masks and things. Probably easiest just to keep on encapsulating it. So the buyer may just have that opinion and be like, that's fine. I don't need to test it because I don't care because I'm just going to paint over it. This is a horrible color anyway. I'm going to put a nice gray color in here or beige. Beige is back, y'all. If offerors and offerees want to add a condition to an offer that's not already in the offer to purchase, what form would they use? What type of form? An amendment or an addendum? What adds conditions to an offer to purchase? We're adding, adding. When it's an offer versus a contract. When it's an offer, we're using an addendum. Because if you know your contract by reading it, studying it, looking at the highlights that we've covered, we are going to run into that section about the addenda that we can add to it. And that gives it away. And it is right down here. There we go. All of them say addendum. That's what we do when it's an offer to purchase. That's the first thing this form is. The form starts its life being an offer and then might turn into a contract. Once it becomes a contract, there it is, offer to purchase first, maybe contract after that. And so when it's an offer to purchase, the way you add elements to it is with an addendum. Once it has morphed into a contract because people have made it into one, you can still change it. But the thing you're going to use to change it is an addendum. I'm sorry. It's an amendment. Even I get mixed up. Let me show you what one of the most common ones looks like. It's called an agreement to amend. And it handles the top 6 or 8 most common things that a contract needs to be changed by. One of them is the price. Once we're under contract, why do you think we might have to change the price? We've agreed on $350, but now we need to change it. There you go. The appraisal came in low, and so everybody has agreed to come down to the appraised number or somewhere in between. So that would be one. What would be another one? What else besides appraisals are happening during this due diligence period? Yeah, it might be a result of your negotiation from inspections. The inspection reveals $12,000 worth of repairs is needed. The seller says, well, I don't have the time or the money to fix all that stuff. I'm broke, that's why I'm selling this place, but I will give you money off the price. Instead of $350, I'll sell it for $338. $12,000 worth of repairs. Let's handle it that way. So for whatever reason, if we need to change the purchase price, we're going to use this agreement to amend. And that might be the only thing we use it for. Changing it from the original one in the first contract to whatever we need to change it to. Another one could be adding additional earnest money because maybe things got extended, drawn out, delayed. And so the parties are willing to keep on going as long as more earnest money gets added. And if it is going to be added, when is it going to be due? That's another place to put here. It could be if it's new construction, there's some sort of a deposit, a building deposit that the seller charges or builder charges. And it could be more commonly actually than adjusting with earnest money happens to be due diligence money. What if the buyer can't get all the inspections they want done? The general inspection is done, but they suggested like 4 more, and there's no time left because we're really short on time. The buyer would have to ask the seller, would you please let us extend the due diligence period? And that's up to the seller to say yes or no. Seller could say no, or they could say yes, but you want another week? That original due diligence money you gave me covered up till now, you got to pay for the new week. I want another $1,000. And that's where we handle this. More due diligence fee changed from the original amount, whatever it was, to whatever the new one is, and or more time. And since we're adding to the due diligence period, that is another time is of the essence, new time and date, 5 p.m. on the new date. Sometimes, for various reasons, the person holding the trust money, the earnest money in the trust account has to change. It might be that originally on the offer, they said it was going to be Joe Blow attorney, but after the offer got accepted, you called Joe Blow to find out if they could do a closing on that day, August 13th, only to find out, no, we don't have availability. We're closed. Oh, we're going to have to close with a different attorney. So let's have that new attorney we're going to go to hold the earnest money. So now you're going to have to use this to change and acknowledge that it's going to be a different person holding it. And then once you give it to them, the new person, they sign off. This is a receipt showing that they did receive that earnest money. If we are changing the settlement date, because remember, the date we put in the contract said there's a built-in 7-day cushion. What if we get all the way to that 7-day cushion? We said August 1st, the cushion was another 7 days. It's now August 8th, and we still have a mess to clean up. We still can't settle. Need another week. Well, nothing we have right now is going to get us to that week in terms of paperwork. So this is going to have to be used. An agreement by all the parties in writing to extend again beyond the original 7-day allowable extension. Now we've got to get permission. Seller and buyer have to come to an agreement and say, yeah, okay, let's go another week or 2 or 3 or month or whatever the circumstances require. And the parties are willing to negotiate. When we do extend the closing date using this amendment, notice here, and this isn't too important until you get to post-licensing, but it's a choice. If you leave it alone and don't check this box, you're going to get another 7-day cushion past that original or past that extended closing date, or there I go, settlement date. But if you check the box, maybe the seller says, well, I wasn't the reason for the delay. I don't want to give them the extension plus another 4-day cushion or 7-day cushion. Let's make that 4. So that's what this is about. And then if the seller is paying some of the buyer's closing costs or all of them, maybe that amount's changed from 0 to something or something to something more because of the repairs. Instead of you having to fix things, seller, just give me $2 more thousand toward my closing costs. That's where we handle it. So these are the most common, and a home warranty. You might add a home warranty again because of the repairs that the house needs. So those are just several possible ways the contract could be amended. Communicating acceptance. What are the acceptable manners to do so? How can acceptance be communicated? Mail. Yeah, it's good old snail mail. And the mailbox rule applies to that, meaning once it's in the possession of the USPS, that is the date that we can call it having been accepted. But the mailbox rule doesn't count for the money delivery. Email, phone, text, you got it. Real estate brokers are obligated by licensed law to disclose all offers when? When do we have to disclose offers? What's the best answer? Those are all correct answers. There it is. Best way to say it, immediately, but not later than the 3 days. Right, so look for that. That's a little nuance that you're going to just know that they might test you on. So don't stop when you're reading answer choices if you see 3 days. Because if you keep reading, the next answer choice might say ASAP or immediately, and that would be a better answer. Even though both are true, immediately is the better. And then also, the listing agent can't accept or reject things on behalf as much as they might sometimes try to. And as a buyer agent, I've had to, on several occasions, say very politely but firmly to the listing agent, hey, I can appreciate that you just said this is a trash lowball offer and your client is going to be mad about it. However, as you know, you're required to present all offers. Let's just wait and see what they say. And you can't help but think, I bet this turkey is going to kind of taint the offer in their presentation. They're probably going to run their mouth and make this client of theirs think differently about this offer than just remaining neutral. But you can't control it. You know, it's just the way some people behave. Even if our client asks us to, sometimes they say, look, I'm an I type personality. I just want to get down to the answers, bottom line. Don't waste my time. My time is money and valuable. Therefore, you know what I want out of this thing. Just go ahead and accept it on my behalf and let me know when you're done. Well, thank you for your trust. However, I can't do that. I'm going to have to at least run everything by you If you want to take it or reject or counter, I'll make it as smooth as possible, but I can't accept or reject on your behalf. I can't screen offers either. Even if the client says, don't even bring me offers below 300, I want my 375. I'm sorry, I can't comply. That would be an illegal request. I'm going to have to send you all offers as soon as I get them. And as we know, we get an offer from one party to the next. And let's say it's for $300,000 to close on March 3rd. If the other party is fine with the money, for instance, but says I must close on March 4th instead of the 3rd, I'm going to cross through it and initial the change and date it. What have they just done? Can we go back to the original offer without that buyer offeror agreeing and allowing us to? No. We've got to wait. And we've killed it. They've killed it by countering it. That's a counteroffer. It's a rejection. What is a counteroffer? First and foremost, it is a rejection. And then it's a proposal, counter proposal. We still don't have a contract. Even if the seller were to say, you know what? Oh, they said no and they're walking. Well, then let me hurry up and sign it and we'll just go back to the first one. That's not going to work. The buyer would have to say, okay, I am acknowledging I'm resubmitting the original offer. There's another form. I think did we talk about the response to buyer's offer where we could tell them what the deadline is? I'm not sure if we did that. Let me show you that. That's a pretty cool little invention. What if we could say to the buyer, look, buyer, this is not a counteroffer because I don't want to kill the one you've made me. But if you want to try again, I would look favorably upon the following changes. And that's a form. There's a special form for that called a response to buyer's offer. There it is. And it looks like this. It accomplishes 3 different goals. You pick one of the 3. Check the box either here, here, or here. And the top box is this one. It says, I misspoke. It says, hey, this is not a counteroffer, but this is still a rejection. I'm rejecting what you've made me, but if you want to try again, I would look favorably upon the following changes. You offered $315. I would rather you give me $325. You want to close on March 30th. I'd rather close on March 20th. You want me to include the washer and dryer and refrigerator? I don't want to. They're not included. If you can resubmit an offer with those things or closer to those elements, I might think about possibly picking yours, but there's no guarantees. I would favorably consider. Good question. Deborah says, why not just make a counteroffer? What if we have 3 different offers on the table and they're all relatively close to each other? So close in terms of how much the financing is, how much is the buyer, how strong is the buyer's financing, that that the seller just can't quite make up their mind. And the seller's saying, hey guys, try again. I don't want to pick any one of yours. Just try again. And whoever brings me back the strongest one wins. Also, the reason it can't be a counteroffer is if you're giving this out, as Misha's getting at, I think you're giving this out to 3 different people and you don't specifically acknowledge that it's not a counter, you better hurry up and get 3 identical houses to sell in case all 3 of them were to accept your 3 counteroffers. So it can't be a counter because what you're doing with this is giving it to everybody. It could be a different thing you're giving to everybody, but they're all getting some sort of a response. Therefore, you're protecting that seller or offeree by not putting them on the hook. It's a rejection. It's not a counter. Try again. Now, you might have 1 or 2 of them who say, well, I don't believe you. I think you're full of it, and I just either am walking or I stand by my original offer. I'm not changing anything, and that's fine. Okay, great. But there's usually 1 or 2 also that will say, okay, thanks for the opportunity. I am going to strengthen it. And they do so. They try again. And now your seller is not beholden to any of them. Now, they do run the risk of all of them running away and nobody trying again, but best case, they can pick. They have the freedom to say, okay, now here are the highest and best offers because some of you've strengthened, maybe some of you stood firm, and now I know what I'm working with. Maybe they can then pick from those. If we use the second one, here we go. Another part of that is this. Until an offer has been accepted, we're free to consider and can at any time accept other offers. It just gives that seller all the freedom and leeway. Look, no guarantees. I'm not making any promises. Try your best. Give it your best shot. And it's at our sole discretion what we end up picking. It may be none of yours. It might be fifth one that comes in out of the blue. But you either play or you don't. The second box they could check is if you want to go on record and have something in writing saying, look, we're going to consider any offers we receive by tomorrow at noon or Sunday at 5, whatever date and time deadline they want to put in. Then you've got it in writing and you can just tell people in the MLS, look, offers, we're getting multiple offers. Bring us your best offer by this date and time. And again, it has that same language, sole discretion. We can pick whatever we want. We're not obligated to anyone in particular. We might choose to accept nothing, none of them by that date and time. So no obligations on the seller or whoever's writing this thing. All the weight falls on the offerors. And then, or it could be this third box. If you just want to have a way to get it in writing that the seller officially rejects any given offer, it might be that the buyer agent says, well, I don't believe that the seller rejected it. I need to have it something in writing. Okay, this is what you would use. Hey, seller, checking the box. Please sign here saying you reject that terrible offer. Right. So it's any of the three, not multiples, not 2 or 3, but one of the 3 of these options. That's what we accomplish with this. Pretty good invention. I've used it quite a bit. I had one that was a 3-way offer, 3 competing offers back in the normal days. And every time we gave them one of these, they all came up about the same amount, like 3 times in a row. And that was so awkward to tell them that many times because you just couldn't help but they think that I'm full of it. They just think that I'm completely taking advantage of them and yanking their chain. But so be it. All I can do is what my seller wants me to do. And finally, around that third one or after the third one, there was a clear favorite that did actually come serious enough to come up significantly more. All right. Shopping offers. What do I have to do to beat the other offers? What if somebody calls you? You're the listing agent and a buyer agent on the phone says this to you. What do we have to do to win? Remember, we were in that pre-licensing class with that crazy instructor. So we go way back. I'd love to work with you. What is it going to take to beat out the best offer? Whose permission do you as the listing agent need to tell them the best offer on the table? Whose permission? I'll give you a hint. It's not the seller. If they're asking you for the highest offer on the table, the person who, for lack of a better word, owns the rights to giving out that information is the one who made the highest offer. Are you ever going to get that? I hope not. I would lose all faith in humanity if someone were so dumb that they told everyone how they could get beaten, right? Hey guys, just so you know, I'm at 350. Everybody else is at 330. I'm at 3. That's all you got to do. 350 and 3 cents. Well, maybe not, but you're not going to get that information. But agents do it all the time. It keeps getting into the continuing education classes. I did a CE this morning and it's in there. And agents 10, 15 years in the business get it wrong. They still get this wrong, guys. So you're in good company. So if somebody asks you how much is the offer to beat, you can't tell them unless you were to have permission from that highest offeror, and you probably aren't ever going to have that permission. You'll see this quite often. This is probably a good chance of a test question. On the heels of this next one, multiple offers. The fact that there are multiple offers. Whose permission do you as the listing agent have to disclose that there are multiple offers? Now we're talking about the seller. Now it's for the seller to tell us, give us that permission. So now that makes sense. Why? Why would a seller maybe not want to tell the world that there's multiple offers? Isn't it always better to make them fight over it, make them want it? Well, in a market like this, Victor says you might very well scare the best offer away, because that buyer might have lost 10 in a row and they're just like, forget it. I don't want to make an offer if it's going to be another competing situation. Now, that'd probably be foolish of them, but they're working in emotion right now. They're just burnt out, understandably. Are they going to be able to buy a house without competing in the market like this? Probably not, but that's beside the point. What you would have done is potentially scared them off, and they could have been the best one. Just because you've got 30, 35 competing offers doesn't mean they're all good offers. They could all be kind of low. Maybe not 30, but out of 3 to 5, they could all be pretty bad. Just luck of the draw, bad luck. But that one buyer could be the best one. So explain that in the listing appointment. Say, hey, seller, by the way, if we start getting multiple offers, how do you want me to handle it? Here's my suggestion. And here is my suggestion. When I'm telling sellers, look, seller, you might want to not give me permission to disclose the multiple offers. That way, when they call me and they say, hey, do you have multiple offers? I can truthfully say, I'm sorry, the seller has not given me permission to disclose that. Guess what? 0 is a number of offers. 1 is also a number of offers. So even if you have 0 or 1 offer and they call and you don't have permission to disclose, you can say, I'm sorry, I don't have permission to disclose the number of offers. Now they're just not 100% sure, not sure enough to decide, do I want to walk over this or do I want to roll the dice and maybe I'm the only one? But they're not getting it from you. And that might be what your seller wants you to do. So ultimately, it's what the seller wants. You need to counsel them on what the ups and downs are, what the positives and negatives are in doing those strategies. But you got to go with which one they want to do. They might not know that there's a choice. So you need to help them. Anything that the parties sign, that our clients sign, agency agreements, offers to purchase, contracts, addenda, amendments, anything like that, we need to give copies of them, of those things to them immediately, but not later than 3 days, just like always. Immediately, but not later than 3 days. If there's multiple changes, the real estate commission says, don't be messy. Don't cause your multiple changes, a whole bunch of crosses out, like big chunks of things initialed and dated. That's going to turn into something hard to understand, especially the further away from when it was originally signed that you get. Closer to closing, do you know what these things still mean anymore, or did you forget? So best practice that they prefer is do all this while you're negotiating maybe, but then go back and make a pretty version with no strike throughs and cross outs and initials, and do it nice and fresh and clean. So it's perfectly legible, nice and clear. Rewrite the contract. If the offerors and offerees want to add a condition to a contract, not an offer, but a contract, what sort of document would they use? Is that an amendment or an addendum for changing a contract? Not an offer, but a contract. There you go. That's an amendment. The agreement to amend is one of the most commonly used ones, so an amendment. Okay, multiple offers should be delivered in the order they're received so the offeree can consider each one in the proper order, true or false. Does order matter? We don't need to worry about order, right? In fact, the commission says the seller shouldn't give any more credit to the first one than they do to the fifth one. You're right. Sheena says order doesn't matter. Exactly right. So just deliver them as soon as you can. Immediately, not later than 3 days. Don't even bother to tell them when they came in. In this day and age, they're probably coming in by email, so they're probably going to see when they came in, but that's irrelevant. You don't need to highlight that or call their attention to it. Just pass them along. When we come back from break, we're going to talk about these various little unicorns. So I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Welcome back. Halfway through the night. Welcome. Good job. Okay, let's look at a couple of things here. First of all, the phrase installment land contract. When you see that, that just means seller financing. Some type of seller financing. What do we mean by seller financing? What is the seller doing if they're financing it? Is the seller getting the entire sales price at closing? No, they're agreeing to be the bank. They're agreeing to take monthly payments instead of the big chunk all at once. Not super common. Most sellers want all the money so they can move on with their lives. But they're financing it themselves, literally, right? So the seller retains legal title. That means the deed. They keep the deed. The buyer gets possession. So someone said it's kind of like rent to own. It sort of is, because the buyer does get equitable title, the right to possess it. Seller keeps the deed, though, until such time as all the payments have been made. When all those payments have been made, whether it's a 10-year, 20-year, 30-year duration, could be anything, then the deed and legal title will transfer to that buyer. Land contracts should be recorded. So, need to record this installment land contract. The parties are the ones with the weird names. The seller is called the vendor. The buyer is called the vendee. So if it references vendor and vendee in the test question, you'll know this is seller financing. It's installment land contract that we're doing here. You don't have to get too much in the weeds here, but one thing to remember is it's not ideal. It's not done because people have a bunch of choices, probably. It's probably a buyer who can't get traditional financing and a seller who might even be having trouble selling the property. And they're a match made for each other because nobody else wants them. Maybe. All right, that might be what's going on. But one thing is, it's hard on the buyer if they default. If the buyer stops making their payments, well, they're forfeiting any payments they've made toward the purchase, and they're forfeiting the property itself. If they bought a house with traditional bank financing and they lost it to foreclosure, there's a chance that there might be some money left in the foreclosure sale that the buyer would actually get something. But with this, they're not going to. They're not going to get anything left if there is on the sale. No profit on the sale. So foreclosure is exceptionally difficult with an installment land contract when it comes to the buyer. Now, we talked about options to purchase several times. We've acknowledged that they have to be recorded in order to protect against third-party claims. An option to purchase means a seller has given a buyer the right to take some time and think about it and make a decision later. Do they want to buy it or not? The option is not the purchase. The option is whether they want to purchase. The thing about an option to purchase is it's not for possession. It's not for possession. In other words, if you have an option to purchase a property, part of that deal is not giving you any permission to live there. So an option to purchase is not something a renter would use. when it's a renter who's trying to buy the property or potentially wants to buy it, we're not going to go with this. This is for somebody with officially the term is non-possessory interest. If you have an option to purchase a property, then you don't get to use it in the meantime. You're just thinking about whether you want to buy it, but you're not able to use it in the meantime. You're paying a fee for the privilege of that amount of time. Maybe they're giving you 1 year option to purchase. You're staying off the property. You're exercising your option, either saying, let me buy it, or no, I don't want to buy it during that period of time. And in order for this option to be enforceable in a court of law, like other things, it must be recorded. The optionor is who? Who's the optionor? The buyer or the seller? Who is the optionor? That's the seller. Yeah, the seller can't do anything. Once they've given you this option, they got to sit back and wait for you. That's why we call this a unilateral contract. Our traditional contract offer to purchase is a bilateral agreement. This is an example of a unilateral agreement because the optionor can't do anything about it once they've given the option. Once they've given the period and signed over the option. They just have to sit and wait for that buyer, optionee, to decide what they want to do. What if, though, what we've got is a renter who might want to buy the house they're renting? We can't use this thing because this is not for possession. There's something else we could do, something that looks a lot like this thing, and it's going to be one of these two possibilities. These are called preemptive rights. Preemptive rights. There's two types of preemptive rights. Let's look at this top one. The right of first refusal says that, hey, in the future, if you receive an offer on your property and I have the right of first refusal in writing, then you can't sell it to that person who made you that offer without coming to me first and giving me a chance. Again, you're not going to have that right unless this thing is in writing, right? So you would have negotiated with that seller to give you a right of first refusal. They're not promising they're going to sell it to you. They're just saying, look, if I do decide to sell it and somebody else makes me an offer, then I will come to you and see if you want to match or beat that offer and give you a chance first before I'll sell it to them. But if nobody ever comes along, I'm fine with that too. The seller might say, I really don't care if I sell it or not, but if I get an offer and you have the right of first refusal, I will come to you first, give you a chance to meet or beat it. The holder of the right can match any future offers, if there are any, that ever come up. And since we're waiting for later for an offer that doesn't yet exist, we'll worry about the price later. We'll negotiate the price at that future date. It could be next year, it could be 2 years from now. Therefore, what's the point in negotiating a price today? Or it could be the type of preemptive right called a right of first opportunity to purchase. That's the one where it's someone who says, if you decide to sell it later, you'll come to me first. Owner must offer the property to the party holding this right. In other words, hey, seller, owner, you don't want to sell right now, but if you change your mind, let me know. And you can't sell it to anybody else until you let me know and give me a chance first, because I hold in writing this right of first opportunity to purchase. So one of them involves another offer that comes in. Another one is just whether the seller decides to sell. There is no other offer. The seller has just said, yep, I think I want to sell it. You still want to buy it? That'd be the second one down here. And so because this is if the seller might want to sell it in the future, we go ahead and figure out the price now. Price is set at the time the right of first opportunity to purchase is established. This is probably not something that's just going to linger for years and years, right? It might be just like a year or two. Either of these things could be something involving a tenant, a renter, but they don't have to be. It's not necessarily that it's a renter and a landlord, but it could be. And both of these could be a renter, but the one before that, just the straight up option to purchase, is not going to be a renter. So when you read the test question and it's talking about an option to purchase, you're going to think to yourself, this is not a renter who's trying to maybe buy the house they're renting. That's not what you're allowed to do with an option to purchase. You can't live there. You can't use it. It would have to be one of these things if it's a renter. So in an option to purchase, the tenant has the right to decide whether they want to purchase the property at a future date. True or false? Straight up option to purchase. Is that involving a tenant? Well done. No tenant possible, because with an option to purchase, no, it's a non-possessory situation. You can't be using it in the meantime. Got to stay away. Special note, and we're done with this chapter. All offers must be submitted to the seller immediately, but not later than 3 days. Whose permission do we need to have in order to tell the world that there are multiple offers on the table? Whose permission do we get for that? That is for the seller to tell us. The existence of multiple offers is not a material fact. We don't owe that to anybody. We can choose to tell them or not, and it's your seller's choice. If you have a lot of changes during negotiating, make it nice and clean. Rewrite the whole contract into something with no crossouts. Make it new and crispy clean. Have everybody sign it and keep it legible so that later we don't have any questions about ambiguous language or strike-throughs, or did that mean it is included or is it not included? Let's make it nice and easy to decipher. Okay, now, as we saw in 7 and 8, with 9 and 10, there was a bit of crossover. So we covered some things in 9 that we also covered in 10. And so that means we are moving on to the finance chapter. And that is syllabus section 11 and book chapters 14 and 15. Also big test question sources. A lot of test questions can come from this as well. So let's take a look at finance. In the practice of real estate as a broker, do you need to know a bunch of loan types and the latest interest rate? Well, no, but it doesn't hurt. It's nice to kind of be on the cusp of it, kind of know what's up out there. Sometimes by knowing different loan types, I've been able to inform that a buyer who thought they weren't able to buy actually could buy, and that turned into a sale. So the more you know, the more you can uncover opportunities for your clients and therefore yourself. I had a friend from high school who thought she was going to be a renter. She called and said, "Hey, any chance you could show me this rental today?" I just happened to be on that side of town, and I showed it to her, even though at best I might make $100 or maybe $200 on placing a renter. But I went and did it, and I said, "Just curious, why are you thinking of renting and not buying?" "Well, I never considered buying. What is that like?" And I told her the process. We talked to a lender. She had great credit. And then we shifted from looking for a rental to looking for something for her to buy. She just didn't know. I've run into 50-year-olds who are just sort of addicted to renting. They just have always done it, and so they never even really considered the alternative. So knowing something about finance is useful. And just knowing a tiny little bit more than they do, they're going to assume you know a whole lot more than they do. So that's also helpful for them to look at you as an expert. So we're going to talk about some things that deal with real estate finance, the factors leading to the financial crisis led up to 2008, the role of the Federal Reserve, the primary and secondary mortgage markets. What's the difference? Conventional FHA, VA loans, and other kinds of loans out there. Residential lending practices and procedures. What is required and how does the commission put things in place so that consumers are protected, and other types of legislation like the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act and the Truth in Lending Act, and then federal finance legislation as well. So our objectives, our level 1, are just the definitions of the primary and secondary markets, USDA loans, Equal Credit Opportunity Act, the Level 2 FHA, VA, and conventional loans. Priority of mortgage liens. That sounds familiar, hopefully. Lending practices, legislation. There are 12 national questions coming from the syllabus on the test, coming from this particular section of the syllabus. 12 questions. So it's a double-digit one. Need to have this one down pat. Okay. When you borrow money, I'm pretty sure every one of us has borrowed money in some capacity, whether it's a car, motorcycle, house, boat, credit card, student loans. Did you have to pay back the amount you borrowed and that was it? Did you get away with just paying back the $10,000 you borrowed? What else was it that you had to pay back to the one that loaned you the money? You got it. The motivation of that person who loaned you the money for even lending you the money was the interest they could charge you. So unless it's your grandma, and in my sister-in-law's case, she's got a nice granny, and she's done this for all the grandkids. She has loaned them money to buy cars. And in that case, that was the rare case where granny didn't charge interest. She just gave them the money, and when they made the car payment back, it was just a favor. But in real life, when you don't have nice old grannies, you got to pay interest. And so there's the difference. You've got principal, the principal loan amount, but you also have the interest. So if you borrow $10,000, you might end up paying $12,000 total. You paid $2,000 for the privilege of borrowing the $10,000, right? And it's calculated along the way. So the principal pays down the debt. It creates equity. As you pay your loan balance down, you're adding to what's called your equity. So when you sell your property, that's what you're getting back, right? When you sell the property, you're left with the equity. Hopefully it's a positive number. And then the interest is what that lender's charging you. That's their income. That's what they're in it for. It's good to be the bank. What if you had 100 people paying you $100 a month? And all you had to do was wake up and go to the mailbox or check your online app and see that money came in the bank, came into your account. That's pretty sweet. So it's straight up income. The principal payment and the interest payment together is another term called debt service. If you see the phrase debt service, it just means the payment, the monthly payment of principal and interest. So it looks something like this. If you had a payment of $1,500 a month, in the very beginning, the first month, for instance, you're going to probably make this much of a payment is going toward your interest. All of this, maybe $1,490. And then just little teensy baby $10 of that 15 is going to pay down your principal. And over time, as we are making payments over time, those two things collide. And around the halfway point, that $1,500 is still the same. You're still making a $1,500 house payment. But instead of this gross proportion, literally gross, like throw up, it becomes this. Now you're just paying this little bit of interest. That last payment, that 360th payment after the 30th year, the last month, only $10 of that entire $1,500 is going toward interest, but the $1,490 of it is going to pay down your principal. So somewhere in the middle along the way, half and half, right? So it just moves, it changes over time. What stays consistent when it's what's called a fully amortized loan is the payment amount. So in a normal mortgage, fully amortized, over time, your loan amount gets paid down to zero. And your payment has stayed the same that whole time. There are different types that could change all of this stuff. So that's what we're going to talk about. This payment that you're making, by the way, was let's just say this much was to principal, this much was to interest. So it's your principal and interest. And that is the debt service. The payment of $1,500 is your debt service going toward principal and some toward interest. So interest payments are basically a service charge. They don't reduce principal or increase your equity. That's just straight up profit to the hands of the lender for the privilege of borrowing their money. The golden rule: he who has the gold makes the rules. They make the rules, and you pay them for the privilege of borrowing that money. This doesn't last forever, right? It's lasts for a term of the loan. A loan term. How long is that loan term? What are some typical mortgage durations? What are some typical mortgage terms in number of years? By far, the one we know the most is 30, but I've seen 15 and 20 and 25 and 30. It just depends on how much you want your payment to be and how much you want to pay for the interest rate. It's going to be a different rate if it's a 15-year mortgage compared to a 30-year mortgage. This process of ending up at zero when you make all those regular payments over the years is called amortization. And that straight up means the death of the loan. Mort, like mortician, mortuary, death. The loan's dying. Over time, it's going away to nothing. So amortization ends up looking like this, the pretty version of what I just drew. Payments the same every month. In the beginning, most of that payment is going toward interest. Over time, most of that payment is coming off your principal loan amount till finally you're all paid off. And here's what happens with that amortization over time, right? The payment number, 100 payments right here in the middle, 200 payments ultimately, something like that. Your payment, that $1,500, half of it's going toward interest, half of it's going toward principal. There are a couple of kinds of payments you can make. If it's amortized normally with a fixed interest rate, then over those 30 years, let's just say, you're going to end up at zero. You will have paid the entire loan off. But what about a different kind of loan? Any of you belong to a credit union? Maybe the State Employees Credit Union, SECU, or some kind of credit union. A lot of times credit unions will make mortgages, but the mortgages they make aren't fixed, some of them. Like SECU is kind of known for adjustable rate mortgages. What does that mean? If a fixed rate mortgage means that my rate is going to be 6% for all 30 years, an adjustable rate means it's not always going to stay the same. It could adjust. Why would it adjust? How would it adjust? Yeah, it's going to change. Corey says it's going to change with the market. The market, maybe a 10-year treasury bond. Something like that is going to dictate how that rate changes from one year to the next. So this year you might like your rate. Next year you might not like your rate so much. So you better be sure you can pay the payment that it's going to possibly rise to next year if it does adjust upward. That's the problem with 2008 for a lot of people. They did an adjustable rate mortgage. They maxed out the most they could possibly afford just to get into the house. And they used the adjusted rate, which was a lower rate in the beginning, just convinced that their life would be better. They'd be making more money by next year when the rate went up. Surely I'll have that job, that raise at my work, or a better job altogether. But when they didn't, they weren't able to, they were already too maxed out. They weren't able to afford that increase in payment. And that led to a lot of foreclosures. That combined with how the property values dropped, unlike what we're dealing with today, we have foreclosures today, but the difference is our values are pretty solid because we have such low inventory available. So buyer demand is still keeping the values up. We're not in 2008 today. But back then, people were what's called upside down on their mortgage, meaning even if they could sell the property for $300,000, The problem is they still owed $350. They were upside down. They owed more than they could possibly sell it for and pay off the loan with. Now they might be worth $350 and only owe $250. And so even if they lose their job and have medical problems and somehow or other can't keep making their payment anymore, they could just go ahead and sell it and pay off the lender and get whatever money's left and move on and figure out something else. Where are they going to go? Where are they going to rent? That's expensive. Well, that's a whole different problem. But the house in and of itself is not the problem anymore. They can probably pay off what they owe unless they've racked up a bunch of liens and tax liens and foreclosure becomes an issue. So amortization, if it's a fixed rate, it's going to be the same payment over time. An adjustable rate is going to potentially change eventually. They could also make a payment that's interest only. So back in 2008, in those days leading up to it, those years leading up to it, lenders would make loans to people some of them would make loans called stated income loans. Stated income. The overwhelming idea was we can get a little creative and risky with mortgages because who in the world would not pay their mortgage if at all possible? They would let their cars go into repossession before they would not pay their house payment. Wrong. Have you seen really nice cars in front of not really nice houses? They keep the cars. They let the houses go, and that proved to be the case. So the lenders were just counting on the stability of the real estate market when that was sort of just a phantom security. And as it turned out, when people got squeezed, they were indeed willing to let the house go because it was a bigger burden too, frankly, right? So here's what lenders would do. First of all, they would give you a loan based on your word. That's a stated income loan. Hey, you're a salesperson, 100% commission. Guess what? In this business, you're a salesperson, 100% commission. Oh, well, then you don't have pay stubs, really? You just got commissions? You don't have like a W-2 income that you make every month that we are happy about and feel secure in? Okay, well, we offer a stated income loan. How much do you make? By the way, your answer needs to be $10,000 a month in order to buy that house you want to buy. Oh, you make $10,000 a month? You just told me that? I'm not asking to see proof? That's fine. This is a stated income loan after all. Great. Sign right here. About like that, guys. And so what if you state wrong information? Well, foreclosure can happen. There was that. There were 125% loan to value ratios. We haven't talked about LTVs yet, but that means that you're borrowing the full amount that the house costs plus an additional 25% of it on top. You're getting the keys to the house you just bought and money in your possession at the closing day. What are you going to spend the money on? Beer, cigarettes, lottery tickets, Disney, car, whatever. Hopefully improving the house and making it worth more, but you and I know people are people. So there was all kinds of stuff like that going on. Well, when you put people in the biggest possible house price they can afford, they get squeezed because of just nature and economics, and maybe they lose their job or they get a medical bill or some situation arises. So what can you possibly do? What does a person who's already at their upper limit of affordability do? Well, if the lender says to them, look, we can make this easy on you. They send you your payment, your pay stub. The lender sends you your mortgage statement, and they say you could make a principal and interest payment, which is going to be your fixed rate normal amortization plan. And with that, make a $1,500 payment, and some of that's going to go toward interest and some of that's going to go toward principal. Or you could make an interest-only payment. If you make just the interest only, then all we want from you today is $1,200. And if you're in a tough situation, that $300 savings could really help. The problem is, if you get addicted to that interest-only version, What are you doing? You're never paying down your loan. You're basically renting. The whole time, if you just keep on all this whole time, interest only, you're never making any progress. Your amortization is not going down at all. It's just kind of staying level. And so you're not paying your principal loan balance down. That's what an interest-only payment is. They would call it really fun, cool things like the Pick-a-Pay plan, but that's what it accomplished. Nothing. It accomplished a lot for them because every bit of that payment you sent them was their profit in hand, but didn't help you accomplish anything. So, fixed rate, adjustable rate, interest only, those are all kinds of rates and amortizations that can happen. Again, fully amortized means that your first payment and your last payment are the same amount, and it ends at the end of your loan term in a balance of zero. You paid off your house. Congratulations. You can have a mortgage burning party. A partial amortization, that's a little different. That's something that could happen when maybe, let's say that you can't quite afford the full payment on a 20-year amortization. But what you want is a 20-year loan. And so the payment on a 30-year loan is the $1,500. The payment on a 20-year loan would be $1,800, but you can't afford that. So the lender says, well, it's still going to be a 20-year loan. We want our money all paid up by then, but we'll let you pay $1,500 a month. All of these months, all the way down until that last one. You're going to owe more than the $1,500 on that last payment, quite a bit more. And it might even be something significantly more that could be called what's a balloon payment. If you ever hear the term balloon payment, it means that last payment is more than all those other ones were. And it's because you partially amortized it over the loan term. So the first payment and the final payment are different. That ending loan balance is the final payment, and you got to make up whatever there is left at that point. There's our interest only. No progress is being made. You're never paying down your principal. You owe the original loan amount by the time the loan is over. We also have some terms that we're going to cover called foreclosure, default. We'll see how those things factor in. This whole concept of borrowing money to buy a house, though, needs to be clarified. In the wild, out there in the world, we use the term mortgage freely, but it's not really a mortgage. We don't really call it a mortgage in North Carolina. The thing it's actually called in North Carolina is a deed of trust. Unfortunately, that looks a lot like another word you've already learned, the word deed. And so that could be a point of confusion. So just know those are two vastly different documents. The deed is different than the deed of trust. The deed of trust is essentially the thing that pledges the property as security or collateral for the loan. What if you don't make your house payment? Are they going to come repossess your motorcycle? No, they're going to take your house. But you had to give them permission to take your house. You signed this deed of trust saying, I acknowledge that if I don't pay as I'm promising to, then you can take the property. Guess what? You're not getting the loan if you don't sign the deed of trust. So you kind of have to. In North Carolina, we do it differently than they do it in South Carolina. There's two different kinds of systems or processes. There's the lien theory state. Let me see if I can find it. Yep, there we go. The lien theory state on the left, where we call it a mortgage officially. And then there's the title theory state, which is what we are in North Carolina. And that's what we refer to the mortgage as a deed of trust here. With the traditional mortgage one, the way they do it in South Carolina and other states that are also lien theory, if the lender wants to foreclose on you, they have to sue you for it. They have to take you to court and sue you for foreclosure. How long does that take? Well, it's court. The legal process takes a while. So if you had to be a lender of mortgages for people, would you rather do that in North Carolina or South Carolina? We'll do it here. because at least in North Carolina, it's what's called a non-judicial foreclosure. You've already given them permission to take it. They don't have to sue you to foreclose on you. You gave them permission back when you got the money because you wouldn't have gotten the loan if you didn't sign this document. So that's kind of one big difference between a mortgage theory state and a deed of trust or a lien theory and a title theory state. Since you don't have to sue for foreclosure, North Carolina is called a non-judicial foreclosure process. Yes, the court is involved. There is a court date, but you're not suing them over. The lender's not suing you for it. It was a part of your paperwork that you signed back when you borrowed the money. There are two parties in the mortgage theory state. There's just the borrower and the lender. The borrower is called the mortgagor. That's an easy one to miss because if I didn't tell you otherwise, I know before I knew better, I would have assumed the mortgagor is the lender. I don't know why. It just feels right. But think about what's happening here. The mortgagor, what is a mortgage? A mortgage, again, is a putting up of the property as collateral. Like if you go to a pawn shop, right? You're borrowing money, but you're having to give them your Rolex so that you can borrow the money and hope that you can come back and get it back out of hock. You put the Rolex up as collateral. Well, here you're putting the house up as collateral. That is called mortgaging the house. So you're the one giving the house as collateral. You're the mortgagor. Maybe that's how you can remember it. And so the lender's receiving this mortgage, receiving the house as collateral, potentially, if you let them down on your payment plan, and therefore they're the mortgagee. That's it. Two parties when it's a lien theory type of state like South Carolina. In North Carolina, we have an extra person, an extra entity. It's the borrower, this time called the grantor. It's the lender who is the beneficiary of this deed of trust. And it's a third party, an attorney called the trustee. They hold the deed of trust. They're the one that the lender's going to reach out to. Lender's going to say, oh, she didn't make her payment. It's been like 3 months now. We want to go ahead and foreclose. And they're going to reach out to that trustee, and the trustee's the one that you're going to get the letter from. The letter that says, we are going to start the foreclosure process. So it's a three-party system. That's what the deed of trust system here in North Carolina is. 3 parties and includes a trustee on top of the borrower and the lender. Let's go back a little bit. What else do you sign when you borrow money to buy a house? Well, you sign the deed of trust in North Carolina, but you also have to sign the same kind of thing that you signed anytime you borrowed money in your whole life up till now. Student loan, you signed a promissory note. Car payment, you signed a promissory note. It's the legal document that says, I'm acknowledging that I owe you money and I'm going to repay you at this interest rate for this many payments. It's the note that says that you have a loan, that you have an obligation to pay them. Legal evidence of the debt between the borrower and the lender. There are essential elements. Just like there's essential elements to a contract, there's essential elements to a promissory note, and those are the term of the loan, the promise to repay, the signature of the one borrowing the money, and the fact that it's negotiable. The promissory note is a negotiable instrument. What does that mean? Does that mean they're going to give you the chance to negotiate a 6% instead of no? It means that you are acknowledging up front that they can sell it to someone else. After they make this loan to you, and while you're in the process of making your payments through the years, you could end up making the payment to a different lender. Anybody have that happen to you? Yeah. They send you a note and they say, look, don't pay us at Bank of America anymore. We sold it. Now pay Wells Fargo. Or some name of some lender you don't even recognize. Gosh, there was something I ran into the other day. It was a kind of a funny sounding name. I can't remember. It's like Mr. Smith, but something like that. There's a lender named that. It's like a Mr. somebody. So negotiable just means that you're acknowledging that this promissory note you're signing could be sold. The debt could be sold to a different lender later. We'll talk about what that means later. So let's keep track of things that should be recorded. Should a contract for sale be recorded? When you sign a contract to buy or sell a property, does that get recorded? No, that doesn't get recorded. But does the deed end up getting recorded upon closing? Yes, we exhausted that. Does an option to purchase, should that get recorded to protect against third-party claims? Yes. Should leases longer than 3 years get recorded? Yes, they should. Well, the promissory note does not get recorded, but the deed of trust does. So there's two things that you sign. There's many things that you sign, but two main things that you sign when you borrow money to buy a house. There's the promissory note and there's the deed of trust. Promissory note, not recorded. Deed of trust is recorded. Promissory note is the terms of the loan. The deed of trust is the pledging of the property as collateral. Something to stand behind the loan. Something that you have to lose. It's the skin in the game, so to speak. Collateral. So, promissory note does not get recorded. There are a couple of things in place in this promissory note. If you were a lender, think about this. It'll help you remember it if you think about it if you were the one making the loan. What do you want to have in that promissory note that borrower who's borrowing your good and hard-earned money, you're loaning them $100,000. What if they miss a payment? What do you want to have in place in this promissory note in case that borrower of your money misses a payment that they promised you? One thing that's in there is the acceleration clause. There's two A words. There's the acceleration clause and the alienation clause. The acceleration clause says, look, if you miss a payment, we could choose, if we want to call the entire loan balance due immediately. One strike and you're out. How many months could a borrower miss the payment of before a lender calls it due? It's up to the lender. The lender could choose. They could be super strict. They could let it ride. And around 2008, in that era, the banks were so backed up with so many people in trouble, they couldn't even get around to them all. And there were people who didn't make house payments for a year before they finally got a foreclosure notice. They got away with living for free. I don't think I would want that life, because every day you're expecting the worst thing, that terrible letter in the mail, and all of that's adding up and up and up and up. But it depends. That's the answer. Depends on when the lender wants to. In a normal market like this day and age, I would imagine after about 2 or 3 months of not making your payment, you might want to start looking for that foreclosure notice, right? Do you remember, if you're behind on your house payment, is that a material fact that you have to disclose? If you find out your seller's behind on the house payment, no, don't have to disclose that. You only have to disclose if they get the foreclosure letter. Right? So if you miss a payment, that's the first step to foreclosure. The lender can call the entire balance due because of the acceleration clause. You signed it. You signed the deed of trust and the promissory note that contained this acceleration clause and acknowledged that, look, yeah, okay, if I don't do what I promise I'm going to be doing, making you these payments, you can foreclose. Some loans could also have this provision. Think about it again as a lender. Why are you choosing to loan your money? You could do lots of things with your money. Let's say you win the lottery and you've got $10 million and you've already bought the houses and the boats and the cars and had the fun. But now you got to figure out, what do I do with the rest of this? One thing you could do is loan it to people and make money with the money. That's probably the most fun thing to do. Well, after you kind of get the excitement stuff out of the way in the first year or so. But the concept of putting $10 million into an investment and letting it grow and never spending the 10 million, but only spending part of what it grows, that's pretty sweet. That's kind of what we all aspire to, right? When you hit that, you're pretty much in good shape forever. Long as it was an investment that you could mitigate the risk of. Long as it wasn't a super risky investment, because if it all tanked, that might, like Bitcoin, maybe not, right? How about a savings account? Is that a good place to park $10 million? Well, might not be the most productive use of your money. How about an S&P 500? Yeah, maybe that might be pretty safe, but also a good place to park. You diversify and do some different things. How about just make a bunch of loans, mortgage loans to different people? You're going to want to make sure there are people that are going to pay you back and have decent credit scores. But what if your intention is to park this money into an investment and let it make you money every month? And you have all that set up, but then the person you loaned the money to, the third month says, you know what? I'm just going to pay you back everything I owe you. Are you going to be kind of annoyed? Because you only ended up getting 3 months worth of interest. And now you've got all your money back, and now you got to go back through and figure out where to park your money again. So lenders don't really want you to pay off the loan early. That's where I'm going with this. And so some types of loans might build into the promissory note that there's a penalty if you pay off the loan early, because they don't want you to. They want to park that money and let it earn interest over the long period, long term. So if you pay it off early, they'll penalize you. Now, thankfully, there are some certain types of loans that aren't allowed to have a prepayment penalty. And those loans are FHA loans, Federal Housing Administration loans, is what that is, VA loans, Veterans Affairs loans to military and spouses of. Those cannot have a prepayment penalty. You should be able to refinance or pay off because you sold the property, the lender, pay off the loan early and not have to pay a penalty. Also in North Carolina, up to a certain price point, owner-occupant loans, I think $150,000 is the magic number, cannot have a prepayment penalty. What kinds of loans do have prepayment penalties? A lot of times if you refinance, they'll bury it in the fine print. But we'll talk about how they can't really do that anymore. They can charge it, but they can't sneak it up on you. They can't bury it as easily as they used to be able to. A few years ago, the system was overhauled, so now every lender has to use the same loan forms so you can see where the interest rate is, where the prepayment penalty, if there is one, is located, and they can't just kind of bury it in the fine print. So a prepayment penalty just means that promissory note, if paid off early, is going to result in a penalty amount. You're not just paying off what you owe, you're paying off that plus the penalty. But not every loan has one. Not every loan is allowed to have one. Here's the other A word, alienation clause. So think of the acceleration clause more as a negative, because this is for when you have missed a payment. The lender could call your loan due. The alienation clause is more of a positive because this is your own choice. You're choosing to sell the property. And if you choose to sell the property, the lender is not going to let you keep making your $1,500 payment when you don't own the property anymore. Although it would be really cool if they would. But they would have lost their collateral, right? You get to keep paying $1,500, but you get to the full $300,000 that you made from the sale. That's never going to work. The lender's going to say, oh, no, you owe us $290 of that $300. You can walk away with maybe 10 or 8 or whatever after paying expenses, but we want our money. If you sell that property because of the due on sale clause or the alienation clause, as it's also known, you better pay us whatever you still owe us. And so the amount that seller's walking away with is potentially significantly less, right? So those are the three most common promissory note provisions: the acceleration clause, the maybe a prepayment penalty, and then the alienation clause. Make sure that you're clear on which is which. Alienation versus acceleration. Alienation means you are separating yourself from the property. You're choosing to sell it. Therefore, you got to pay off your loan that you still owe. Now, this becomes an issue in modern times when people are trying to go around it. How might they be trying to go around the due on sale clause? Well, if you've ever heard of a subject to real estate sale, did we talk about Pace Morby, subject to wholesaling, all that sort of thing? Well, if you buy a property subject to its existing mortgage, it could be that the person offering this great deal for you, this buyer, investor buyer, wants you to sign a quitclaim deed over to them so that the lender is not told, your current lender is not made aware that you just sold it to them. And they're just going to, supposedly, if they do it right, keep making your payment to your lender, and your lender never knows the difference. The problem is that's something called loan fraud. The lender cares. They made you sign a due on sale clause. You just sold the property, but you didn't tell them you sold the property. If they find out you sold the property, guess what? This little subject to deal is blown out of the water. They want all their money now. And you could be found guilty of loan fraud. Guess what? 30 years in Martha Stewart prison. $1 million fine. Those are the maximums. Martha Stewart prison in West Virginia, the very same one she went to. So there it is. Alienation clause, due on sale clause, same thing. If you sell it, you got to pay what you owe. And the fact that that promissory note is negotiable, we'll talk about that again. The fact they can sell it and buy it, buy loans and sell loans on the secondary mortgage market. We'll get into that, but I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Okay, let's come on back from the last break. Knock out this next hour. Not quite. All right, welcome back. Okay. There we go. So, another element of the promissory note that is in place is that it is a negotiable instrument. So imagine this, you're the lender, you've got somebody's mortgage that you've loaned money on, and you decide you want to make a chunk of money. You're tired of waiting every month to make a little bit of interest. You want a lump sum because you have a bigger plan in mind. How could you make money on this promissory note combined with this deed of trust? You could sell it to another investor. They pay you a chunk of money, and then they are in place as the owner who can receive these payments every month for the rest of the loan term. That's what's happening on what's called the secondary mortgage market. But it's not just one mortgage. It's a whole bunch of them, all lumped in, all bundled together. How do you decide what loans to bundle together? Well, they need to have similar levels of risk. Not all lenders are the same. Not all borrowers are the same. Some borrowers are better than others in terms of reliability to repay the loans, based on credit scores, based on debt to income ratio, based on the past, proven past behavior. And so when a lender decides to sell off some of their loans because they want an influx of cash, then they're going to sell them off in bundles based on risk levels. Are they high risk? Are they low risk? Conventional versus FHA versus VA. A conventional loan typically is a lower risk loan. If you can afford a conventional loan, it's because you have better credit and are able to pay the higher down payment that's often required. There are exceptions we'll talk about. But this is what we mean by negotiable. That means that you're telling the person borrowing your money, look, I might sell this loan. You might not always be paying me over the years. I might sell it to someone else, and then you're going to have to start paying them. We'll let you know. Don't worry. We know where you live. We'll let you know who you need to make your payment to. They can't change any of your terms. They can't increase your interest rate or add to your duration. All that has to stay the same. It's just who are you making your payment to? That changes if they sell it to someone else. We talked about this already. The two kinds of systems, the mortgage versus the deed of trust. We're going to focus on the deed of trust in North Carolina. That's the three-party system. The borrower, the grantor, the lender called the beneficiary, and the trustee who holds the deed of trust, an attorney hired by the lender, usually. And it's a non-judicial foreclosure method. If they need to foreclose, they don't have to sue you for it because you already signed the paperwork agreeing to it. It's faster. So in 2008, the South Carolina foreclosures were backed up. A long list of them were backed up because they had to make their way through the court system, through the suing system in the court system. In North Carolina, they happened faster. Lenders could foreclose faster because they kind of streamlined the system. Got some other terms. So the promissory note is the financing or the debt instrument that acknowledges what you're borrowing. The deed of trust or the mortgage is the security instrument. So know the difference, security instrument versus debt instrument. The security to the lender, how do they feel secure in loaning you the money? Because they know that they can take the property from you if you don't fulfill your promises made in the debt instrument. Talked about that. $5 word to know is hypothecation. That's what we're accomplishing with the deed of trust. That is the pledging of the property as collateral for the loan. Hypothecation. Good old 5-syllable word. Just straight up memorization there. What are the essential elements to the deed of trust? We talked about the promissory note. The essential elements to this one, though, the signature and identity of the borrower, the legal description, because how do we know which property to foreclose on? Make sure we have the right legal description. It must be in writing. Again, this is the security of the debt between the borrower and the lender, and this one is recorded. You can look up your neighbor's deed of trust. Put in the county, go to the Register of Deeds for the county, plug in the address or their name, and you'll find their deed of trust if they have one, and see what they, who they started out borrowing this money from. And this gets recorded. That's why you can do that, because it's recorded. So as a recap, the promissory note has potentially 3 provisions, at least 2, maybe the third one, but it definitely has an acceleration clause and an alienation clause. The acceleration clause says, hey, if you don't make your payment on time, we reserve the right to foreclose on you. It might be the first payment that you're missing. It might be the 3rd or 4th or 7th or 10th. But eventually, we're potentially going to foreclose on you, and you told us we could back when we let you borrow the money. Alienation clause, hey, if you sell the property, we want our money. We want you to pay us back in full if you sell it. So acceleration is kind of negative. Alienation is positive because it's your choice to sell it. Therefore, better pay them off. And then some lenders put in a prepayment penalty. What are your obligations as a borrower with this deed of trust? Well, you're promising to make your mortgage payment on time. You're also promising to keep the property in good shape and without liens. So you need to pay your taxes and insurance. Remember the lien priority? Where did the property taxes fall in order of liens compared to the mortgage? Lien priority. Where do the property taxes fall? They're always first, even above the mortgage, right? The mortgage is down the list. Property taxes, what's the second position? It's always second. If it exists, it's going to come in number 2. And that is government assessments, right? Government special assessments is number 2. Then it's other specific loans that are specific, or liens specific to the property in order of recordation. So depending on when they recorded it is when they'll get paid, and the mortgage is one of them. So we have to make our mortgage payment, got to pay the taxes, also have to pay the insurance. And that just means that we got to have it covered in case it blows away, it burns down, blows up, floods. That collateral could be ruined and destroyed. Therefore, the person, the entity, the bank, the lender who has that collateral wants to make sure it stays in good shape and has protection in case it gets messed up. So you got to pay your taxes. You got to pay for the insurance. You've got to maintain the property to a certain point. You can't let it get wasted. And if you want to make significant changes and alterations, you would have to get lender approval. Does that mean if you change your curtains? No. But if you sell off some of it. So a couple of years ago, 2019, I had 6 acres, this old 1972 brick tri-level house on 6 acres. And there are 43 acres behind me that I back up to. And a developer wants to put in condos and townhouses back there. But they wanted 1 acre along my right side to use as the back end of their road, to come out onto my road compared to the busy road that their main entrance is going to be on around the corner. And so they offered to pay me a price for 1 acre. Well, I still had a loan, still had a mortgage on my property. I'd had it since 2001, and this was 2019. 18 years I'd been making house payments. So I was on the downhill slope, right? I only had 11 years to go, 30-year mortgage. So I didn't owe as much, didn't owe quite so much anymore. Well, I didn't want to pay off that loan. because it was still a good rate. Mortgage rates are about the cheapest money you can borrow, so it wasn't a bad deal. I had some tax benefits from it. And so I just wanted to get paid for the 1 acre that I sold and do something fun with that money or smart with that money. But problem was my lender had to give me permission to sell the acre, because what I was considering was selling off one of the 6 acres that they held as collateral. My house sitting on 6 acres now, I wanted it to be the house on 5. Well, they cared. So I had to get their permission. I had to ask them, will you let me sell it? And the process they made me go through to get this permission got to be a little extensive. It got to be drawn out. They wanted me to get the property appraised. And so they sent an appraiser out here for, I think I paid $500 to get the appraisal done. He came out here and he said, wait a minute, did you say this is a land sale of like 1 acre on the side? Well, I don't even need to be here. I'm not the kind of appraisal you need. You need a commercial appraisal. And I'm like, well, how much is that? $2,000, not $500. And I'm like, okay, this just became less fun. Also, the buyer was tired of waiting, and they were starting to threaten me to sue me for specific performance. And I was like, well, I'm not refusing to sell it. I'm just at the mercy of how slow the lender is. Finally, because of a combination of those things, I thought to myself, wait a minute, you know what? The value of this property, the dollars per acre and the acre that I'm selling compared to the loan amount that I still owe, if I just take all the money I'm going to make from selling this acre and pay off the mortgage, then I'll just not have a house payment anymore. And then I don't have to get their permission, and I don't have to pay for a $2,000 appraisal. So let's just do that. And so I'm not complaining about no house payment. It just kind of shook out that way. Wasn't really my preference, but it's okay with me. So now when I'm about to close in a couple of months, that'll just be one less thing I have to do with the proceeds. I don't have to pay off the house anymore. I did that back in 2019, but all of that came because my lender was being slow, because I had to ask them permission to sell off that acre, because that was some of the collateral that I had given them for asking them to let me borrow the money back in 2001. So permission for alterations or selling off part of the collateral, you've got to get that. That's your obligation as a borrower. If you own the property as tenants by the entirety, what does that mean? The way you own the property as tenants by the entirety, that means you have a spouse. You got it. What if you bought it while you were single? Do you have to get your spouse's signature when you sell it? They're not on the deed, but as somebody said a while ago in the chat, it takes 1 to buy and 2 to sell in North Carolina. 1 signature to buy, 2 signatures to sell. So even though I bought this place by myself in 2001 and before I even met my wife, now that I'm married, she's got to sign too. Now, when you buy a property, it is not uncommon that one of the spouses have better credit scores than the other. Can anybody relate? Or have you heard of a friend who had that situation? If you've got a spouse where your credit is better than theirs, you might need to only have the note or the loan in your name. Them on the loan, they won't even loan you the money. Maybe, because the credit is too bad in some cases. So while only one of you might be on the promissory note because the lender only likes you in terms of your credit score and your credit rating, who has to sign the deed of trust? Only you sign the promissory note, but you both still have to sign the deed of trust. Even if their credit is terrible, it's not about the credit, it's about the permission of the owners. And since you're married, both of you are North Carolina owners, go ahead and sign the deed of trust, the both of you, so that they can foreclose on you if you don't live up to your end of the bargain, basically. So in the event of one of the 2 spouses being on the mortgage or we say the mortgage, but yeah, that's the way it goes. Both of you have to sign the mortgage or the deed of trust in this case. Only one of you could sign the promissory note if you qualify to afford the house with just your income. But right. 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 So in that case, it's tenants. Thank you. Victor says it's tenants in common correctly. That would be the way they would own it. One of them, tell me what was the first part of the question again? I remember it, but I just, right. They're not married. So one of them bought it basically in severalty, or if they bought it unmarried and then they got married later, it doesn't automatically convert to by the entirety. Yes, they do still have to both sign in order to sell it, but the deed still says tenants in common. If they're both on the deed but they were unmarried, it can't say by the entirety. If they wanted it to become tenants by the entirety after they got married, then they would have needed to go to an attorney and have them draw it up that way. Say, change this from tenants in common to tenants by the entirety. Or it could be like my case where they bought it, one of them bought it before the other one came along at all, and they owned it as an owner in severalty. Then they got married. Again, it doesn't automatically become tenants by the entirety just because they got married. They would have to change the deed, have an attorney, pay an attorney to change it, and add the other one in. But in the case of that test question, the answer is tenants in common. You're welcome. The joint tenancy doesn't work, probably is not as good of an answer because in North Carolina, we'd rather not even do it. It's not the preferred method at all in North Carolina. So until they go into great detail, I would best answer choice, tenants in common. Yep. Well done. So if you both are going to be on the loan, you would both sign the promissory note. If only one of you is going to be on the loan, only one of you could sign the promissory note in the case of a spouse situation, but both of you still have to sign the deed of trust. And occasionally I've had sellers or buyers say, well, I'm the only one who's getting the loan, so she doesn't need to come to closing, right? And I say, wrong. You both need to come, or you both need to sign in some other way, but you're both going to have to sign the deed of trust, even if only one is signing the promissory note. All right, we talked about the lien theory concept versus the title theory. Let's talk about the lien theory again. South Carolina is the closest example of that. It's the way they do it there. It's a two-party system, a mortgagor and a mortgagee, borrower and a lender. The borrower retains legal and equitable title. They get to use the property. They have the property. The lender or the mortgagee has the promissory note, proving that you owe them money. Compare that to the title theory state. Now, instead of did you notice the equitable and legal title changed a little bit? Instead of the borrower holding both, with the title theory state, the borrower has the equitable title, but the trustee has the legal title. And once you pay off the entire loan, you'll get that too, as the borrower. The beneficiary, the lender, again, holds the promissory note. We as borrowers have the rights to do some things. We can possess it, use it, keep other people from using it. The lender does not have the right, like a landlord would, to ever come in and examine the property. They can't make a visit or unannounced visit or any kind of visit. Lender never comes and sees it. You have the right of quiet enjoyment, right? You can do what you want to with it for the most part, as long as you're not damaging it, and possess it. You can put a fence around it. You could even lease it, rent it out to someone, but you still got to make your mortgage payment, right? The rights of borrowers includes defeasance, the word defeasance, canceling the mortgage debt, defeasance. canceling that debt. Could be because you paid it off, you refinanced. It might be that you don't like your interest rate, and then in another year or so, the rates go down. And so instead of staying with Bank of America at a 7% rate, you go to Wells Fargo at a 6% rate. You are refinancing your mortgage. That's triggering the due on sale clause with Bank of America, right? Because you're basically removing the loan from them. And now Wells Fargo gets your payment. So now you got to pay off Bank of America with that loan amount that you are financing now through the new lender, Wells Fargo, at the lower rate. That's all a refinance is basically a paying off of that old loan in favor of a new one. When it comes to foreclosure, that terrible day has come. You've missed some payments. The lender decides to foreclose on you. There are a couple of periods of time that you'll notice in your book. One is called the equity period of redemption. Another one is called the statutory period. Within the equity period, that just means that the borrower, if they could somehow magically win the lottery or take up a collection using GoFundMe or maybe grandma or whatever they can do, dig up the jars in the backyard where they hid their gold and all their money. Somehow or other, if they can scrape up the money, they can save it and not lose it. Now, because it's in the foreclosure system, so to speak, they're not going to be able to just pay off the loan balance at this point. They're going to have to pay some penalties and fees as well. Some fees because they're late on the payment. Maybe they're 4 months behind. So now they're going to have to pay some extra interest, some penalties, because now they also have to pay the trustee. They have to pay some attorney fees because now that trustee had to go to the great exhaustive effort of writing a letter and sending it to you. I'm being sarcastic, but they did do work that has to be paid. And now it's not enough as a borrower to pay off the loan. You got to pay extra stuff, but to get it out of the foreclosure status. So you could save it, but a lot of people can't. And if you can't, then it goes to auction. And that involves a couple of things you might have heard about. One is the 10-day upset bid period. Anybody ever looked up foreclosures and you see the listing and it says, if you win this bid, you don't get the keys right away. You got to wait for 10 days to see if somebody else outbids your bid. And you're like, well, that's no fair. Can't I just win it? No, you got to wait. So you have to wait the 10 days, and maybe on day 9.5, somebody upsets your bid. Now, it's not probably going to be by $1. There probably is a bare minimum, at least a 5% over the highest bid every time, something like that. But 9th day even, somebody upsets your bid. Well, guess what? A new 10-day upset bid period starts. This could keep going for a while. Eventually, we're going to get to the point where bidders aren't willing to pay more than where it's sitting because they don't feel it's worth it for maybe the market price and value, but also the condition it could be in, because a lot of times foreclosures are not in the greatest condition. So that would be the statutory period. Now it's going to auction, right? It's too late in the statutory period. You can't avoid the auction. The lender oftentimes makes the first bid because they would maybe get the house back. If they end up winning the bid at the amount that you owe them, then they own real estate. And it's what's called a real estate owned property. The acronym being REO. And if anybody seen the REO list of properties, that means banks own real estate. It's the houses that banks own. They don't want to. Banks do not want to own real estate. They're terrible at it. They're bad at real estate. They take forever getting it cleaned out, but getting it on the market. They might have an agent that they prefer to use. And if you can be that agent who specializes in bank foreclosures and listing REO properties, that can be a steady stream of business for you. And the agents who already had that in place when 2008 hit did a killing. They did so much business because they already had the trust of the banks, and the banks just fed them all these foreclosure listings. And it was just a machine, and they just threw them on the market, got them sold, threw the next one on the market, got it sold. And so you could be that if you want to deal with the bank, and that's okay. That works. So REO properties are bank-owned properties. That's all that really means, real estate owned by the bank. So lender's rights. Well, when they give you that loan back on closing day, they make you sign the promissory note and the deed of trust. And what the attorney inevitably will do is make a joke that says, here's the deed of trust, sign right here. It just says, if you don't pay, you can't stay. They inevitably will make that joke. And that's all that document really says. If your borrower buyer wants to read every word of it, you can kind of roll your eyes to yourself and say, okay, sure, go for it. But it's kind of pointless because they're not going to change anything. If you want to borrow their money, you got to sign their forms. So a judicial foreclosure means you got to sue for it, like in South Carolina. A non-judicial foreclosure means you agree up front with that deed of trust, like in North Carolina. A strict foreclosure is a little different. It kind of opens things up for misbehavior. The lender could maybe take advantage of the borrower a little bit more with a strict foreclosure. They're making whatever over and above the amount that you owe them. And so it's just not ideal. We see the non-judicial foreclosure in North Carolina and the judicial version in the lien theory states like South Carolina. Once the foreclosure happens, that auction sale takes place, who gets paid? Well, this whole class, for the last couple of months, I've been telling you the property taxes get paid first, but in this case, they take a second position because the thing that gets paid first when it's a foreclosure is all the court costs. You got to pay for the cost of the sale. The whole court cost thing gets covered first, then the property taxes and special assessments, then the specific liens specific to the property in order of when they were recorded, then general liens from there. And if you're lucky enough to have sold it at auction for high enough and there's money left over after paying whatever liens there might be, the borrower who lost the house to foreclosure might get what's left. As we all pause to chuckle at that idea, because they probably aren't going to get anything because there's probably not going to be anything left. But theoretically, they could. If there is something left, they would be entitled to it. Usually, though, sadly, there's so many liens that it all gets absorbed by all those other obligations. Now, what if the borrower has so much that they owe that the foreclosure doesn't cover it? A deficiency judgment could be placed on them. A deficiency judgment is something that rides on a human person's shoulders even after the foreclosure, or after a short sale for that matter. We'll talk about short sales a little bit later. But a deficiency judgment means you still owe stuff. It's going to show up on your credit report. The foreclosure sale wasn't enough to cover all the things that you owed. And it's therefore going to affect your credit until however many years it takes you to pay that deficiency judgment off. So carrying this judgment around with you out in the world, even after the sale or the foreclosure or the short sale, is what we mean by a deficiency judgment. The lender has the right to assign the mortgage debt. We talked about that. They can sell it on the secondary market. We'll learn what that is later. And here are short sales. Back in 2008, I didn't even know what they were. For 12 years, I was in the business and didn't have to deal with them. But then everybody had to get real good with them real quick because they were everywhere. And all a short sale is a way to avoid foreclosure. It's one of many ways to avoid foreclosure. Instead of foreclosing, the seller could say, hey, existing lender that I've been making payments to forever, I'm in a bad spot. I owe a bunch of money. I've had medical bills. I've lost my job. The house isn't worth much. The values have gone down. And so if I could possibly find a buyer for this house, I'm not going to be able to pay you everything I owe you. This is the borrower talking to the lender, right? So my remaining loan balance is $150,000, but this house is only worth $130,000. Would you please, please, I'll be your best friend, let me pay you less than I owe you. And that's what a short sale is. Is the lender going to just say, you look nice. Yeah, sure, let's do it. They're going to take their time. They're going to want to get proof that you really are in a bad spot. You're going to have to prove to them that you're in a financial hardship. You're going to have to write. Part of that is writing a letter saying, here's my situation. It's the hardship letter. First step when you're trying to avoid foreclosure by using a short sale is to contact your lender and say, please send me a short sale packet. And they'll send you by mail the packet of all the documents they want you to give them, proving that you have a financial problem and whatever else they're asking for. But that proof is the first step, and that's exhaustive. Don't think you can be creative and you've got a couple of kids with a couple of savings accounts and let's just slide $10,000 over into each kid's saving account and then I'll claim we don't have any money, but we really have 40,000 socked away. They're going to say, oh, you have kids? Do they have bank accounts? Let's see their balances too. We're going to want to use that before we tell you that we'll let you pay us less. We're going to take that money. Oh, you have credit cards with a cash advance? You can take a $2,000 cash advance against your credit card. We're going to need you to go ahead and do that. We'd rather you owe the credit card company than owe us. So before we grant you the short sale, do that, please. That could be part of the negotiation. If there's two mortgages, sometimes people would borrow a 90% first mortgage and a 5% second mortgage and then only put a 5% down payment. Well, the two lenders each want to get a piece. So you're going to have to negotiate a short sale on the big chunk and also a short sale on the smaller chunk with that second lender. And it was sometimes the case that the second lender would not allow it. And they'd say, well, I don't like that we're making not enough, and therefore we're not signing off on this. No short sale for you. Enjoy your foreclosure. So that little tiny smaller loan could have messed it up. It was stressful, needless to say. The process for a broker to do a short sale is that we could, with permission from our client, the seller, call their lender just to get a status update, but we would never be allowed to negotiate with the lender on our client's behalf because we'd be talking about what the client owed the lender, and that's not something we're qualified to do. They'd need to hire someone else to negotiate on their behalf if they didn't want to do it themselves. Our only role in this thing as a short sale is to help them get the property sold and to keep the lines of communication open between the lender, our seller, and the buyer agent. So it's a way to avoid foreclosure. Seller has to prove they're in trouble. Requires that lender to give approval, and that has nothing to do with a time frame called short. With a short sale, I've seen lender approval take a year before. A year. Do you think the original buyer that came along the first month was still around? Never. In fact, when you start the short sale process and maybe it hits the market, the buyer comes along, they make an offer. What do you do when a buyer makes an offer and you're listed as a short sale? Well, the seller pretty much just signs off on it as it sits. There's not really any negotiating. Seller has no real room. They just sign it and they say, look, this is a short sale, as I've already told you, because I have to, because it's material fact. But me signing this is kind of irrelevant. We still have to sit back and wait and see if my lender will agree to this too. So that buyer might get tired of waiting. 2, 3, 4 months, 5 months. The buyer might say, oh, wait, another listing popped up around the corner that's not a short sale. I'm tired of waiting for this mess. I'm out of here. And when you have a short sale transaction, one of the documents used is called a short sale addendum, which says the buyer can walk at any time. And they don't have any due diligence in the game either, by the way. They don't give the seller any due diligence. They don't even know if there's going to be a successful sale or not. So why make them put up due diligence money non-refundable? They don't have to. All of that is spelled out in the short sale addendum. So inevitably that first buyer walks away because they just get tired of waiting. The second buyer might come along and now they're further in the process, right? The process is this. We've submitted the financial hardship documents to the lender. They've maybe sifted through it and looked at it. You call them the next week for an update and they say, oh, we need this. Well, I already sent it to you. Well, we don't have it in the system. Okay, I'll try again. It's a refaxing, a re-emailing of things over and over. It's a calling to see, oh, did you get it? Yep, got, oh, but no, we didn't. And what else is it? It's the hardship letter. It's the pay stubs, if you have a job. It is bank account balances, last couple of months of pay stubs, couple years of tax returns, anything and everything to prove your financial situation. Because you're asking them to take less than you promised to pay them, and they want to make sure that you really can't afford it. That's kind of what the whole point of all this is. Finally, they will assign this to a first level negotiator. And that person's going to talk to your seller client and say, hey, is this everything you've got? Okay, gotcha. Well, okay, we will agree to this price that this buyer has proposed, or we won't. And surprisingly, the short sale lenders allow and are okay with what you would consider a normal or full buyer agency or listing commission, both. They don't really try to cut you short on any of that. That's just one more expense that's in the mix. So it's not like you're taking a big cut for anything as a broker involved, but they do have to approve all that stuff. The biggest thing is make sure you use a short sale addendum so everybody knows that this is what it is, and you disclose that it's a short sale because it is a material fact. Takes a while, could be a great deal. I know a good friend of mine bought his house in 2010, I think, as a short sale and paid at the time like half the value. And now all kinds of appreciation has happened. He's just rolling in equity in that property because he bought it super cheap and now it has appreciated ridiculously, astronomically. The buyer can walk away at any time because they could just get fed up with it and they'd have nothing to lose at any time. So it's usually the third or fourth buyer that ends up not having to wait as long because the whole process has been going this whole time. And they're the ones that see the success with this sort of thing. Another way to avoid foreclosure is this concept called a deed in lieu of foreclosure. You're basically saying, here's the keys. I'm leaving. Don't foreclose on me, because if you foreclose on me, I'm going to have a foreclosure on my credit file, credit history for a long time. Bankruptcies and foreclosures usually last like 10 plus years on your credit report. So to avoid that, you might want to just say, look, I'll just give you and sign the deed back over to you. Don't want to go through the short sale process. I don't want to go through the foreclosure process. I'll just go live somewhere else. Here's the deed. And so you're avoiding foreclosure. But the problem with a deed in lieu of foreclosure, in lieu of, instead of, right, in the place of, is that the lender retains the right to put a deficiency judgment on you. So even though you signed over the deed to them, instead of them foreclosing on you, they could say, well, you still owe us money and you're going to have to pay this deficiency judgment sometime in the future. So it's just going to ride your credit report. Anytime you try to get a car loan or any other kind of mortgage or any sort of loan, that's still going to show up until you pay it off. By the way, the short sale could result in this too. With a short sale, you could have gotten their permission to take the 140 instead of the 180, but they could say, well, in order to do that, we're also going to put a deficiency judgment on you too. So now you walk through life with that until you can come up with another $10,000 because we're going to put that on you. Could be part of the negotiation. You know, those holes get deeper. Get in the hole like that, it's hard to climb out of it. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. That would be nice. That would be nice, but probably not. So it's a numbers game, really. You know, and that's why the people who really specialize in short sales have a team of either licensed or unlicensed assistants that are basically just cranking out. And it's not a ton of responsibility every week, but you do need to check and see where things are. Oh, you need to get a new document. Hurry up and get it. It's like hurry up and wait. When they want something, you got to hurry up and get it to them so as not to clog up the system. When you want something, good luck. You might wait a week or 2 or 3 or a month to get a notification, or you might call them and say, nope, no word to this week. Okay. Then you tell everybody, nothing yet, and they doubt you. You call the next week, nothing yet. Did you call every day? Well, gosh, what do you expect me to do? I have to have a way to get income. So they have maybe a support staff that handles that minutia, right? That annoying kind of just routine maintenance. But besides that, there's really nothing to do until there's something to do. So, but if you have 10 or 20 of them calling, I mean, that could take a couple hours out of your day to keep on top of that stuff and drop everything else and hurry up and send the lender whatever new nonsense thing they want. That wasn't very nice, but sometimes it feels like it. And sometimes they didn't get it because it's a system. Back then they'd give you a fax number that really went to an email. I think that now they probably just acknowledge it's an email. So here's the email, but did it get logged into the system? Maybe not. And you might end up redoing work over and over because their system somehow dropped it and you didn't get included or didn't get notified or updated. And it's like, you've got to be built for that type of work. Like a CPA, property manager kind of mindset, you're going to kill it. You're going to nail it. That's right up your alley. But somebody that's not like that, like me, it's like, oh, please just shoot me. I would rather do almost anything else than babysit a lender and hope and pray they got what I sent them and not have to send it 45 times. But it's a thing. A lot of people made a lot of money with them on the broker side. Of course, if you have a cash sale or get a new loan, that mortgage that you have existing, it gets paid off completely and you're good. Sale of a mortgaged property. We can talk about subject to loans. That's a new thing. That's something in the new update. It's not a new thing at all, but it's in the new update course because we're anticipating it's going to be a little more popular. With the rates where they are, 6-7%, and the rates where they were not so long ago, a seller who locked in a 2 to 3, 4% rate, maybe they'll find a buyer quicker if that buyer is like, oh, wait, I can assume your loan and have a payment based on 3% instead of 6%, sold. Well, how much do you want for it? And so they might even get a higher price because it's the long-term goal that buyer has of a lower payment over the years than they can possibly get today with a new loan. So the buyer's making payments on the seller's existing loan. If there's foreclosure deficiency, it's not the buyer's responsibility. That's the thing. It's subject to the existing loan. So the loan of the seller is the one that could get foreclosed on if they don't make the payment on time. But you've got to do this right. You know, there's ways to be predatory and abuse people with subject to, but there's also ways to do it right. And the main thing is make sure that lender knows things. If you sign a quit claim deed over it, trying to avoid telling the lender and triggering the due on sale clause, that's an issue that could lead to loan fraud, that could lead to the lender triggering the due on sale clause and become a whole mess. The buyer could make payments on the seller's loan. They're assuming the loan. They could assume the loan. A loan assumption is possible with FHA and VA, by the way. Conventional loans, it's not. And in that case, the foreclosure deficiency is first the responsibility of the buyer and second to the seller. Let's see, why would a lender do what? What was I just talking about? Oh, call the loan due and payable? If the person is qualified, for one thing, what's the alternative? If they didn't, the person might end up going away to some other lender. But right now they've got somebody interested in becoming and replacing this customer for them. There's no guarantee that they would use this same lender for their new loan if they had to get a new loan versus assuming this one. So there's that. Right? They would have at least somebody, and they already kind of resigned themselves to the current owner paying them back on these terms at that lower rate. So it's just swapping out one for the other and knowing that there's still one in place. You know, yeah. Good question though. Those are the good questions to ask. Let's see. Just a review of property tax. Okay, we'll do that later. We'll come back around to that. But let's talk about this right before we call it and get into this term called loan to value ratio. I'm going to use this a lot in various math that we need to do. And it's just a ratio between literally the loan and the value of the property, right? So how much are you borrowing compared to how much the property is worth? The value being the purchase price, the loan being literally what you're borrowing. So an 80% LTV is an 80% loan to value ratio. That means you're borrowing 80% of whatever that purchase price is. So it would look like this. Let's say it's $100,000 purchase price. Keep it super simple. At an 80% loan to value ratio, what is the loan amount? 80% of $100,000. The loan amount in dollars, $80,000. You probably didn't have to do that math with the calculator because it was nice, easy round numbers. But once we get into $236,000 or $887,000, that's how you do it. Just the sale price times the loan to value ratio. If you're borrowing $80,000 of this 100, how much is your down payment? Your down payment is what you need to bring with you to closing. And so therefore, it's the difference. Victor says 100,000 minus 80, your down payment's going to be 20. Or another way to think of that is your down payment is 20% because 80% plus 20% is the full 100% of the sale price. With me? So we're going to see that loan to value ratio concept. What if we find out that the purchase price is $100,000 and the loan amount in dollars they give you in the test question is $80,000? Can we come up with the right percentage that's the loan to value ratio? You know what it is because we just looked at it, but the way you would do that is what? Does that work to do the loan divided by the value? Let's try it. 80,000 divided by 100,000 is 0.8. And there's our 80. 0.8 is the decimal version of 80%, right? So a loan to value ratio of 80% or 0.8. When you see the decimal 0.8, just multiply it by 100, and that gives you the percent version of that. So you're going to need to go back and forth. Let's turn that into a circle formula. We take the sale price, we multiply it by the LTV, and that gives us the loan amount in dollars. Sale price in dollars times LTV, loan to value ratio, gives us the loan amount. And to plug in what we just used, that was 80,000 there, 100,000 down here, and then the 80% loan to value ratio. There's the relationship. If you just know this little T formula, then any of these 2 out of 3 things that you find and from the problem, you can plug in and get the other thing. How's that feel? Yeah, Victor makes the point. In real life, there's also closing cost in the mix, but just the relationship of price to loan is what we're dealing with this one. Let's see. There we go. So if we have a purchase price of $250,000, like right here, purchase price $250,000, and an LTV, loan to value ratio of 80%, then how much are we borrowing? Whatever 80% of $250,000 is. In this case, $200,000. You might see it referred to as an LTV of 80%. Or it could be an 80-20. 80-20 LTV means 80% loan, 20% down payment. How much equity do you have in the property if you're putting a 20% down payment? In this case, where a value is 250 and the loan amount is 200, the difference between the two, right? That 20%, which in this case is $50,000. That's your initial equity on the first day. How do we increase the equity we have in our property over time? If on the first day we walk in with whatever equity it is because of our down payment, in what way does the property go up in value? Yeah, several ways. Victor says one thing is to pay down your loan over time. So ways to increase the equity that you have in the property. In other words, when you sell it, before you pay your closing costs, how much are you getting when you sell it? You got to pay stuff out of that, but the equity is going to come from, of course, your original down payment, but also value increases, appreciation, right? What else? There's that. Paying off your loan, paying off the loan balance over time. Also, there it is. That's what I was looking for. Upgrades. What you do to it. So that's why real estate is so attractive. You've got multiple ways that once you own it, it can go up in value. Either doing some upgrades because you know what to do and how to do it. And maybe some of that is sweat equity that you do yourself. So, or you know great vendors that can do it for good prices. Paying down that loan balance, the value just appreciating over time, and then starting off with whatever your down payment might have been. With that, we're going to pick up tomorrow. Continue on through this 14 and 15, and hope you have a great night. Do you want to hang out for just a second, Santosh, and ask me those questions for the test? Sure. Yes, sir. Go for it. Good point. Right around the midterm. So anytime in the next couple of weeks, probably a good time to go ahead and order that background check. You could go ahead and do it now if you want to. Keep in mind that it's good for 180 days. So you want to make sure you have enough time if you had to do a retake that you could still get away with that same background check. So I'd probably wait another couple of weeks, but right about now is the time. Good question. You're welcome. You too. Anybody else have a question? Otherwise, you're welcome to stay around if you want to go through this with me and Santosh, but okay, sure. Yeah. The very, very last one for one. This one? Is it the right one? Okay. The only thing you have to worry about here is just the excise tax itself. All they're asking you for is how to calculate it and who's going to pay it. So that's the only thing to deal with. And in that case, what is the excise tax based on? What did we learn that we have to, how do we calculate the excise tax? It's $1 per $500. $1 per $500 of which thing? Of the sale price or the loan amount? Sale price. So that's what we're looking for. Just calculate the sale price divided by 500 and then round up to the nearest dollar. That's how we get the number. And then who's responsible for paying excise tax for our purposes in this course and on this test? The seller. Seller pays excise tax. So if we flip over to here, there we go. Then we've got 286, 325 divided by 500 gives us 572.65, and we just need to round this 65 up to 573. And the seller pays that. That's all there is to that. Yes, it's just the formula currently, and they might change it someday. They might decide, well, they want to make it more expensive for excise tax, but it's been this for a long time. And so currently the formula for determining excise tax is just $1 of sale price per $500. Or sorry, $1 of tax per $500 of sale price. So just take that price and divide it by 500 and round up to $1. Yeah, but you don't need to go that far. You can just do those 2 steps and you got it. That's it. You're trying to like plug it into a spreadsheet. You want the percentage to multiply by. I appreciate that. I know what you're doing, and that's okay. But just for getting this thing right on the test, you're looking for purchase price divided by 500, round up to the next dollar, and make the seller pay it. That's it. $23, this one. So the trick to this one is, which tax rate do you use? If not both of them, maybe only one of them. So number one, we read down through the problem. We look at the last sentence. It says, what's the monthly property tax? Okay, we need to know the taxes in dollars, but they threw a wrinkle in it. They're asking you not for annual property tax like what we're used to. They're asking you for monthly. So there's something to think about too. But what we learned when we learned about calculating this was how to get the annual tax. All we need to do is figure that out and then divide it by 12 to get the monthly. So let's do what we know. Has a market value of $250. Assessed value is 75% of the market value. And that's the number that we need to use to calculate the taxes. So we're going to need to use 75% of $250. So whatever $250,000 is times 75%, that gives us a tax value or an assessed value of $187,500. So that's the value we're going to multiply by the rate. You with me so far? Now we need to figure out which rate do we use. It says that the house is located outside the city limits of Raleigh. That means we don't use the city rate at all. We're only going to use the county rate. So even though it gives us the 85 cents per hundred for the county rate and the $1.10 for the city rate, the only one we're going to use is the 85 because it says it's outside the city limits. So 187.5 times the 85% is an annual tax amount of $1,593.75. And that needs to be divided by 12 because it's asking for the monthly. Yeah. Right. Right. There you go. Didn't need the city tax because it's not in the city limits. Right. Exactly. That's the problem with smart people. We overthink things and add too much into the problem than we need to. And in real life, that's great and it's going to serve you well. But for the purpose of this test, it can hurt you. You got to keep it super basic and only work with what they give you in the test problem. Don't start thinking, yes, but what about this? Just use what they give you for that one little problem. Right. So the thing about this one is you forgot to divide by 1,000. Right? Mills, we need to divide not by 100, but by 1,000. So we convert that mill rate of 8.9 into the decimal we need by dividing it by 1,000. And if you got 5732.49 and divide by 1,000, there it is. Well, not quite. Let me see here. 64,410 times 8.9 divided by 1,000. Yeah, that's the 573. Yep. Mm-hmm. Right. Common mistake, easy to make because we get so programmed into hitting that percent key for one thing. But you have to remember mills, we do $1,000 per 100. We just do a 100. Yeah. Yep. Where are you? What market are you in or what city? Okay. Do you know what your taxes, is it dollars per 100 or is it mill rate? Some there are some counties and cities that still use the mill rate, but we don't here in the Charlotte area. We still dollars per 100. Yeah, so you're that way too.